Hello, hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Happy Saturday. Thank you for joining us. San Diego Angel Conference. My name is Neil Bloom. I'm with Interlock Capital, and I am thrilled to be taking us through and leading us through a journey today of funding some new companies. Thank you. So let's get started here. We've got a lot to do. So strap in, let's get excited and pumped up to see some companies, meet some new angel investors, and all do it here at USD. So thank you. First of all, I want to bring up, did everyone get checked in, saw their super cool tech-enabled name tags here? I want to bring up our platinum sponsor, Hagai Klarman from Cards, to give us a little walkthrough of how we can best utilize this today. Hagai, come on up to the second podium. Okay, maybe I'm doing that walkthrough. So, all right, so the badge also came with a card. You can check in by going and using the QR code. And your information, you can connect it through your LinkedIn and all of your other information, and then you can just be tapping with other people and sharing our contact info. So make sure you look in your backpack for the card and the paper that came with it. Oh, here we go. Let's get Hagan.
Hey. Hello, everybody. Because this is all about startups and entrepreneurship, I'll start with a small origin story. So 7 months ago, I walk into a meeting in a company I'm invested in, and an electrical engineer who's now my partner pulls out this, right? So what's this? This is a printed circuit board. And as a creative electronic engineer, he basically created himself a business card, okay? And to tell the truth, I don't remember what we talked about in this meeting, but I do remember I kept thinking about this. And in the end of the meeting, we said, hey, we gotta do this, okay? And 7 months later, we have CardsBiz. Okay. Hello, yes. And 7 months later, we're here, okay? We have clients in Bain Capital, TikTok, and many other startups, and of course, here, which is most important. So what is this? Printed circuit board. It's engraved with gold or silver, okay? And what you have is a QR code. But if you scan, your digital profile will appear. If you're talking to somebody with an Android, show them the QR code. Why? Because a lot of Androids, the NFC is not on. If you're talking to an Apple person, all you have to do is tap it on the top of the phone, and the same profile comes up. Now, we pre-filled everybody's details, but on this those we have. But when you claim your card, you can change any detail on the profile. You can add book a call options. You can add video. You can add spotlight links, and many, many more. Okay? If there's any questions, we're here. All of you that still didn't get the cards, we are now working it, and hope to have to you very, very soon. Thank you very much.
All right. Tech conference using tech. I love it. All right. Well, this community is filled with a number of people who wear a lot of hats at once. And this next moderator does that, wears a lot of hats. He sponsors, he funds, and he helps our businesses. So David Losky from First Republic Bank, who has been a managing director at First Republic Bank, has helped all the investments from the last San Diego Angel Conference 2, 3, 4, and even was on the management team here last year. So David, please come up and let's have a panel about the last few years worth of winners. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Jim. So this is going to be an informal panel to start off with. Joining me is Jad Duncan. And so to kind of give everyone kind of a context here, the genesis of Angel Conference was to activate angel investors in San Diego. And so we kind of have, and I've been involved for the past 3 years, but really it's, you have the investor track and then you've got the founder track. And so it's a delicate balance between going through the two processes. But Jad, you know, a quick show of hands in the room, who is and angel investors, seed investors, who's ever written a check to a fund or to a company, just a show of hands of how we have people here. So it's great. And so, this is kind of what we want to do and bubble up into more investors. So specifically for you, kind of talk us through and give us your journey as to how you first heard about angel investing, what was your first foray, and then what about SDAC, and walk us through that a little bit.
Sure. Long time ago, I was actually an investment banker, stockbroker, just a different career. After I sold off one of my businesses, I was looking for something to do, and I went to a Tech Coast Angels meeting, actually. And they gave me a brief overview of what angel investing was.
How did you hear about them to begin with?
I think there was an ad somewhere on social media that my wife saw and mentioned, and one of her former co-workers at Invitrogen was currently the president of Tech Coast Angels.
All right.
So I thought it might be interesting, a little diversification in the investing. But I went there and they kind of said, yeah, we'll kind of teach as you go. You'll give us $50,000 a year for 5 years. So like $250,000 and you'll be good to go. And
easy peasy.
A little too conservative for that kind of thing. If I'm going to invest money, I kind of want to understand the process. So I just kind of left and never did anything. And a couple of years later, Sylvia Ma was fund manager for the first one. And
first SDAC.
First SDAC.
Okay.
And my wife saw the ad that Sylvia had put out and said, yeah, try that again. That one's $5,000. And it's a class that teaches you everything from the start. It's the whole process from the beginning to the end.
Awesome.
They walk you through it. And you end up with a $5,000 investment at the end where you don't have to figure it out as you go and hope, and there's no additional commitment. So I did that.
So that was the very first, so that was 2018,
Yes.
the first SDAC. And you went through the process, and kind of what was that like?
It was a great learning experience
Okay.
because I didn't know anything about angel investment. I'd never written a check for anything other than a public corporation before that. And we got to learn what to do. How do you do due diligence? What is due diligence? And we also learned that you can't know everything, so you need to have people to ask. If you don't know about a medical thing, there was a doctor on the team that you could talk to and get information. So you grew a network.
Awesome.
Which is what I really liked.
And you stuck around.
Stuck around.
Okay. You came back for 2, 3, 4, and now.
Yes, been in all 5 of them. Keep learning.
So why do you keep coming back?
Well, hopefully to make money. That's the general plan.
We're going to talk about that a little bit as well. But
one, it's a great group of people. You make a lot of friends at it, and you want to stick with them. But you also need the deal flow as an angel investor. The companies don't just magically appear. You have to do research and find them, and you have to have a way of finding them. I don't want to just like post an ad that I have money to invest. You won't get good quality investments that way. You need to.
So that's also, you bring up a good point, because deal flow, kind of curated deal flow, because you've got the WE funders out there, the crowd platforms, which you can spend a lot of time and and a lot of money, but not really have the level of the depth of knowledge you do have with these companies. So I think that's very unique too. When you say deal flow, it's deal flow from people that you know, that you trust, and you've got local vetting opportunities.
Exactly. So like this conference, we have 50-ish investors that are all doing your due diligence for you and researching it. You can talk to them about it, where it would be hard to do that by yourself. The 120 companies that applied, if you spend 10 hours per company, the math doesn't work out.
Right. So
you need the assistance of other networks.
So in terms of, so you've been through SDAC, have you gone, and then did you ever go back to Tech Coast Angels, which is now New Fund, or kind of what else have you expanded your investment pool into?
I did, because you do need the deal flow, and SDAC is only once a year. So now going back to New Fund, they've actually added smaller funds, so they don't ask for the $250,000 up front. But I even understand what angel investment is, so I can go in as an educated person and make the investments that way, use their deal flow, their further connections, and experts in different fields.
Awesome.
And that's led to being involved with other LA and Berkeley Angels and other groups, and there's similar conferences like this in Seattle and Las Vegas.
Cool.
So you can work all of those different networks.
So you mentioned earlier kind of you want to make a return. How have the returns gone? Walk us through that.
That's the hard part about angel investing. Doesn't matter what the economy does or if your kid needs school or whatever. It comes with time, lots of time. History shows returns are very good, but if you get a return in the first 5 years, it's probably a failure because the companies need 5 years to develop and grow, so an exit in the first 5 years is a failure. After 5 years, then you should start getting good returns, and that's about where I am now. Most, if not all, the companies I've invested in are still alive and growing.
So you've got paper returns, you've got good progress, no exits yet?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. And then in terms of, I think that's kind of a level set is the expectation. Because when I first came in, I thought, well, geez, you get these companies, they're going to make money, they get funded and exit. I mean, what's an exit? But those exits do come later down the road. And so in terms of, so kind of, we have just a couple of seconds here, but kind of you've gone from the no conversation to SDAC 1. So roughly how many companies have you participated in? What's your exposure now and what's your kind of portfolio look like?
Probably invested to one level or another in 75 companies at this point.
Wow. Okay.
Some of those are smaller. I mean, if you count the new fund things.
You put your money in, but it's over companies.
Yeah, but it's a deal flow. And you find one that maybe a winner or a runner-up today that I really believe in, I will go and invest direct in that. So there'll be a lot more invested now that the vetting is done.
Right. So that's where you get into the SPVs, the sidecars, and all these terms which I had no idea what they were, and now I'm kind of more familiar with them. But that's kind of the journey of the angel investor, which I think is amazing. So that's the exciting part. So I would encourage you, thank you for being here in this room, and I would ask you in advance to actively engage in this. It's a great process for me. It has been great to see the innovation coming through San Diego, to see the deal flow, to see the founders over time, to see the growth, and it's incredibly encouraging to me. And just personally, I've got one kid in college. I'd love to see her come back to San Diego. I'd like to have her come back to something in San Diego. So this is a great way to get, make sure that the job market is thriving and vibrant here in San Diego. So it's all part of the process. Well, thank you for sharing your journey with us. I think it's indicative of a lot of people coming in cold and not knowing it. But this is an amazing forum to get those terms and get those, that process down and very familiarized in a warm, friendly environment.
Yeah, it's all about asking, making friends, and talking and get everyone's different opinion because there are no clear right answers. It's no crystal ball. It's an art that each person develops their own style.
Perfect. Well, great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, thank you, David and Jed. What's beautiful about today is we're showing kind of the birth of both sides here, both the birth of companies, the birth of capital, which kind of rely on each other to make an amazing ecosystem. The seeds that we're going to plant today, obviously, are going to take quite a while, like Jed mentioned as well, too. And from hearing from the other side, we're going to bring up a panel of former winners of SDAC. And so we're going to reset the stage real quick and then bring David back up. So give us 1 second here.
The stage is set. We're good.
Oh, never mind.
We have 4 chairs and me. We're good.
Okay, then we are ready to go with David and previous winners of San Diego Angel Conference. Take us away, David.
Perfect. It's me again. So we have 3 founders, 3 former winners of SDAC, and also a fund manager. So come up on stage, everyone. I'm going to walk around a little bit because I'm mic'd up, but we'll get everyone seated here, and we'll go through some quick introductions.
All right.
So with us we have Oriana, and she is the CEO of Aquacycle. Aquacycle was founded in 2016 with the goal of creating distributed wastewater treatment to address water scarcity and lack of infrastructure in low-income countries. It's an amazing company, and welcome Oriana. Thank you very much. And she was the winner of SDAC 1, so she was went through the guinea pig, the proverbial guinea pig. And she came back, so she must still like us. Martha is CEO of AgTools. They provide supply chain, market data, and analytics for farmers and ag industry participants. She was the winner of SDAC 2. Welcome, Martha. Was it 2 or 3? It was 2? Perfect. Yes, it was 2. You're right. Patrick was last year's winner. Patrick is CEO of Carry Health. They develop a remote medication monitor that will enable clinicians to view medication levels in real time and customize dosages for every patient. Welcome, Patrick. And Amy Duncan was fund manager of SDAC 3. She is an active participant and an advisor at the Brink. And we're very fortunate to have her because she's kind of behind the curtains role last year or in SDAC 3 and kind of can speak to the investor side of things and the mechanics of it. But thank you very much for everyone. And what I'd like to ask is to give the audience, so we talked about the investor side, and now this is the founder side. And so founders, give me a show of hands, founders or entrepreneurs in the audience. Fantastic. And so we'd like to position ourselves from SDAC as this is a launch pad. It's an intensive kind of a roll up your sleeves kind of a process. But once you get through this process, there's a method to the madness, so to speak. And so maybe Orion, if you can kind of talk about how you heard about SDAC, what the process was like, and then what's happened with you and the company subsequently from that.
So we were part of the first SDAC, which was exciting. It's the first time we've been since that day. But I heard about it through Sylvia Ma.
What's that?
I heard about it through Sylvia Ma.
Okay.
Yeah, and she was an investor in AquaCycle, and she told me about the program. So it was great. It was a wonderful process. It helped us craft the pitch. We went expand the network.
So your mic is just a little, so maybe bring it up just a skosh.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right. So crafting our pitch, expanding the network, ultimately, tailoring our story, and it was a great experience. Since then, we have raised just under $20 million.
So let me back up for just a moment. So, what was the process like when you went through? It was a couple of month and a half, 2 months. Was it a?
You're making me reach way back.
It's not a short process. So, but kind of, what did you learn going through the due diligence process in terms of talking to investors and going through that? And then how much did you win? And then want to hear more after that.
Yes. So there were pitching events. So there was a lot of events to help us tailor our story. Try. So we had.
There you go. Yeah, let's do that. Perfect.
We had a lot of events to attend. We had a lot of feedback in those events. We got a chance to pitch to other entrepreneurs. We had a chance to pitch to investors. We had a lot of due diligence that was a part of it, and it was a good time. Learned a lot. Thanks. So yeah, it was 2.5 months. We got a lot of feedback. We got a lot of good tips from everybody that was involved. We won $200,000 as the grand prize, and there was additional add-on investment after that from multiple LPs that had participated, and actually a second fund that was started.
So that's kind of like the sidecar we talked about. So you won the SDAC prize, and then there was some other individuals came in together and gave an additional investment. Okay,
yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
Awesome. And then so that happens, and then kind of walk us through, that was a very large number you put there. How much was it again, and how did that happen over time?
So over a period of time, we went through several different rounds. So we did bridge rounds, we did an A round, and then we just closed the first tranche of our B round in December of last year.
Congratulations.
So thank you. We've raised to date just under $20 million as a part of that incremental process over the last 6 years that we've been a company. And because of the support that we've gotten in this community, because of the lessons learned throughout this process, we've really been able to cultivate some awesome relationships, mostly with strategic investors in our later rounds. So, asking the difficult questions to the founders that happened in this group was really critical for us to be able to have those answers ready with the next groups.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll come back. Martha.
Same question?
Same, yeah. Kind of what was it like? How did you get introduced to SDAC? Process and money, and then since then?
I was thinking, I don't remember how I got introduced. Maybe it was Sylvia to somewhere in the internet
So Sylvia,
world.
we have Sylvia with Jazz,
Somewhere in the
Sylvia's already,
internet
Sylvia with
world.
Martha, yeah.
But I didn't know, you see, this is interesting.
So Sylvia Ma is
Yeah.
a local, she's part of the Stella Ad Astra network, incredibly involved, very high energy, and knows everybody, and clearly the ambassador and very evangelical supporter for SDAC. So she's not with us today, she's at another university, but she's a big part of this whole thing. Sorry.
So I remember that I didn't even know what this whole environment meant, meaning there was competition. I didn't know you could actually get money to fund your company.
Okay.
And I say this really respectful because I just came from an event where we're teaching Latinos about this whole environment. Because we Hispanics, Latinos don't know that there's this world.
Right.
And so I didn't know, but it was kind of fun, and I have been a competitor in my life, so I said, well, I can compete here. So today I'm still using the same statement that everybody helped me fine-tune here as what Actus does. Literally, I was yesterday saying the same thing I said here 3.5 years ago, which it was the network, because it's not only the competition, through the competition you get these kind of groups that will question you and try to punch holes on your company.
Right.
And so you have to continuously answer the questions of why you exist. So that was my wonderful takeaway, that I was able to survive them trying to punch you down in a nice way, right? Why this? Why that? Anybody can get your data.
So you make a good point, because angel investors, and we're new, and so we ask the questions kind of like this simple, maybe silly questions, but are impactful, and sometimes if you're in the business all day, every day, you kind of forget about like what's the basic stuff. So thank you for putting up with the angel investors. So
that was good. So they're good people. I believe me, they're good people, but they need to ask the questions. Also, because I think down deep the heart, the angel investors really care about the companies more than even the fund. I understand this to make money, but really they care about us. So they ask the questions to help us be better. And then when we got the funding, we got two checks. We got the check from the investment and the check from the audience.
Okay.
So that was an amazing. And then we presented here, and then COVID-19 hit. So we had to go virtual completely.
Right.
And so that was another system, another layer of complexity. But I remember the best thing I can tell you that when I won is that my daughter was with me, sitting by the desk in the computer, because it was all virtual, and she was like, she learned the lesson. That was the biggest thing for me, that she learned, oh my gosh, there's a way to make business, and she's starting now business.
Nice.
So thank you for that. So we have another business person. And then from then, it has been a beautiful journey, because I'm still using the resources here. I don't know where Janice is, but Jerice is there. Thank you. Now that we're growing, helping us how to bring people, how to hire people, how to do some of the attorney resources. I haven't left home because there are so many wonderful resources here that cost no money to us. So
Right.
that's a good thing. We have, there's another issue here, and this is also the statistics. As a woman-owned business and minority and immigrant, our chances of fundraising are 0.01% in general. And so I knew that in 2020. I didn't know that until 2021.
Well, it's probably good you didn't know it until then.
So I said, oh, wow, if we run out of money, we're going to be out of business. So what I did is I went after all macro contracts, federal contracts, corporation contracts, because I said the worst thing that can happen is I go to the bank and I get finance, right? And so little did I know that with this world of environment of investment, kind of not very nice or collapsing, we're the ones making money. We're making money, and we have 2-3 year contracts. So now we have investors that are coming to say, oh, well, you're a company that make money.
Right.
So we are just finishing our $6 million fundraise on pre-seed still.
Nice.
We are not going Series A purposely, because I'm learning also this whole process through all these classes to dilute the least amount of possible.
That's awesome. Thank you. Congratulations. Patrick, tell us your journey and kind of what your thoughts were on the process and subsequent developments for the company.
Well, thank you. First of all, thanks for having me and the previous winners. It's great to come back. So we heard about SDAC through a program that we were part of. We were part of a MedTech accelerator at the University of California, San Diego. It was, one of our mentors, Joy Messenger, she suggested, hey, there's this SDAC competition, you should apply.
I'll give you a shout out, the UCSD people. You want a little, there we go. Perfect.
There you go.
So it's all about collaboration. Even though we're USD, it's SDSU, it's UCSD, it's a big community. So.
Yeah, but to your point, there's so many resources in this community, and we've been very fortunate that we've been able to tap into many of them. And you learn something from everyone and from every organization. So, but that's how we got connected to SDAC, and what was interesting is from the time that we applied and submitted our materials to the time that we started pitching, we actually pivoted. So what we were doing was sort of brand new in terms of what our target market was and how we're going about it. So it was quite interesting. We were kind of building things on the fly as we were going through due diligence, and it was a very thorough process. For us, the event itself was a true catalyst. It was truly game-changing. And what was interesting was that the group really looked at every part of our business, whether it was IP, whether it was the target market, whether it was commercialization, what's your regulatory pathway, what does your team look like? Oh, and we had to take a personality test. Thank you, S. Marie. So we were looking at each other. We said, what if we failed the personality test? So luckily nothing came out of that that distracted people. But just to make the point, it was very, very thorough, and if nothing else, if you're a startup going through this, it makes you better, because even though we were fortunate enough to win the competition, there were lots of areas that were pointed out where we had to get better, we had to improve, and that became very apparent as part of the process. So very grateful for the event and the people that we've met. We ended up the check size was $350,000 when it was all said and done.
Nice. And
then right after that, several of the SDAC members are also New Fund members, so they took the same deal to New Fund. New Fund came in right after that, and then we kept an SPV open, so a sidecar open, and there were roughly 15 of you that are in this room. Thank you very much for your support. That added up to about $500,000. So when it was all said and done, it was about $1 million in funding, and we were able to syndicate the deal to other angel funds. Co-Fund ended up being our largest investor up in Orange County. Medical Devices of Tomorrow is another fund, and then the last fund that came in was Chemical Angels Network, and their claim to fame is that they separate science from science fiction. And so we're very fortunate and grateful that we came out on the right side of that one. But we're glad we're glad that they're on our cap table. So, but it's been a great experience for us.
Well, I know just with you, there was one risk that was identified was the interstitial detection, which is core to the technology, and SDAC folks identified that. Subsequently, that has been validated, and which is phenomenal. So there's that leap of faith, so to speak. But it was brought to everyone's attention. It was a kind of eyes wide open investment, and it paid off great. So we appreciate you going through the process again. So thank you for that, and thank you for sharing that story. Amy. So Amy was on the fund management side, so you kind of have, I'd say, the master investor perspective. But maybe if you can explain kind of what is the fund management side of things with SDAC, because that's like the third leg to the stool. We have investors, we got founders, and we got the fund management. And kind of walk us through that, and kind of also how'd you hear about it? What your process? You're not a professional fund manager, but you were for that year. So kind of how was that?
Yeah, so once I got involved, I made the investment in SDAC 1, get to know Misty. When you get to know Misty, she provides all these opportunities, and you take advantage of them. And she created the co-fund manager team, of which you're on the team, and that's a group of I don't know, maybe 6 or we're all in. There's a page in the program, and we meet with Misty once a week throughout the year, the entire year, to talk about the program, the conference, and get ready for it. And but she needs a fund manager for each conference, and so I stepped up and did that for SDAC 3.
So what does that mean exactly? What do you're the actual person signing the documents and...
Yeah, if you want to strip it all away, then it's someone has to sign the documents, own the LLC. All the investors put their money in, and then the money goes to the founders. And someone has to put their name on that. That's,
lucky you.
Yes, that was me. And so, but it's more than just that. There is recruitment of the investors into the fund, and as we call it, activating angel investors. Especially, that's the goal here at SDAC. It's, if you've been thinking about being an angel investor, you're accredited, and you maybe like Jad said, you don't want to write a giant check, and maybe is there a smaller way to get into this, but not WeFunder size. And so that's exactly, I think, how SDAC fits in. You buy a unit, we pull all those units, all that money from all the investors, and that's what we make as the investment prize for the winners. And the original goal, when Misty set out to do this in 2018, was to just raise $200,000. Just want to raise $200,000, get enough investors, pull that money, and then award that as the investment prize. But every year we've exceeded that goal.
That's fantastic. So one of the things I noticed from the fund management side of things is you're the team, the fund managers themselves, each year kind of do the whole negotiation with the companies. So walk us through that. It's an interesting dynamic. I've not been a part of it, but kind of when you're doing what's the valuation, what are the terms, and really kind of getting everybody on the same page. What's that process like? Yeah,
so we keep an eye on that. It's that information is provided when the founders submit their application and put that in GUST, in their GUST profile, and we can sort. We can sort you by valuation.
So what is GUST? You mentioned GUST.
GUST is our CRM. It's our database where the company's profile is in there, all their information, their financials, what does their product do, a little video, stuff like that.
Okay.
So, and so when we do identify the companies that we're going to invest in, we need to have the term sheet. And sometimes they come with a term sheet already. You didn't have one, right? So, and that was last year. That was not my year.
We had one. We just needed somebody to take advantage of it.
Okay, yeah, right. It hasn't been, so yeah, then that becomes, especially if there is no term sheet, we have the advantage of negotiating with the founder.
That's cool. Yeah. So it's kind of the behind the curtains kind of thing. But you mentioned one thing, I think it was Martha and Patrick talked about a pivot. So I see a lot of founders, I see a lot of companies. Sometimes people are really enamored about the product. It's all about the product. You mentioned personality tests. I know Michelle does some work with that. S. Marie does work with that. But kind of maybe talk about the pivots you've made and the importance of team. Because I think from an investor standpoint, we look at team a lot. But maybe, Orion, have there been any pivots, or has this been just the straight path?
Well, the pandemic was a big one that we all had to kind of question. Okay, are we on the right path? Is this the right thing for us to be doing? We had a little baby pivot in the pandemic, kind of in the early stage where we weren't sure how long it was going to last, all of the uncertainty at the very beginning. We have a laboratory, and so we had a good amount of alcohol that we could make hand sanitizer with.
Okay.
So we ended up in the first couple of months, just because we had to tell everybody to go home, we couldn't work in the same building, and we build big hardware, so we need people in the building doing that. And because we couldn't, a few of us did some handmade hand sanitizer and provided it to healthcare workers around San Diego County. That did not become a part of our business, but it was a little mini pivot that we did, and many of the people in this room actually helped us fund that and carry out what we wanted to do.
Perfect, thank you. So Martha, has it been this day one plan the same as today's plan, or has that changed over time?
I wish so. Couple pivots. One was our fund manager, Benton. which I don't know where he is, but he's out there. I could always call, because on this whole track of how should we go about it, that's another very important element here that very few of us understand when we come into the program, is that fund manager that stays with us and will help us grow the business. But for us, the pivot was international markets.
Okay.
Mainly because overseas USA brands are still USA brands. And having a product made in USA, which is data, pivoting in Latin America, for example. So the first call was with Mr. Carlos Slim, I remember specifically.
Wow.
And landed there and signed a contract with him because of his concern about farmers.
Wow.
So when I presented here, and Benton will remember this was about the farmers. What we did was about keeping our farmers in the farms so they can feed us.
Right.
And I kept that, and then when we sat down with him, I remember thinking, this is what we were funded to begin with, and then Mr. Slim now believes in it, and now we're going to put it across all the Americas. So that's the pivot, the international market,
Gotcha.
and having access to these people that if you still believe in the core of what you were doing, you keep opening doors
That's
across
awesome.
the market.
Awesome, thank you. So Patrick, you mentioned that the pivot was kind of mid-conference. So what was that like to live through, and kind of how did you navigate that?
I kind of forgot about it, to be honest with you.
Selective memory?
Yeah. Kind of put that aside. When we applied, so we're developing a remote medication monitor, a wearable. It's just like an Abbott Libre that monitors glucose, but instead of monitoring glucose, we're monitoring medication levels. And there are two reasons for doing that. One is to personalize dosing, and then the other is to track adherence, if you will, or prove adherence. And the market that we're focused on is patients that are addicted to opioids. So there are two medications that tend to be prescribed for patients that suffer from opioid addiction. One is buprenorphine, and the other one is methadone. There's a third one, but it's a very small percentage of the market. So we initially bet on buprenorphine because the medical community bet on buprenorphine as the solution to this, and they dramatically expanded the ability for clinicians to prescribe buprenorphine, so we thought that was the right horse to bet on. But ultimately, for a number of reasons that I'm not going to go into, we decided we needed to pivot and switch to methadone. And so that happened right in between the time that we submitted our application and the time that we did our first pitch. So the first pitch that we did, the 3-minute pitch here, was really the first pitch that we did with methadone as our target market. So anyway, so it was quite nerve-wracking, but it's the right market. We've done a lot of validation with the market, and we're not going to pivot anytime soon.
Awesome. So
Don't quote me on that, though.
So I just bring that up because a lot of times when founders, they'll get really locked in on the solution or the product. And as an investor and as someone that has done due diligence, it's really about there will be a pivot, there will be a market dynamic, there will be a switch, and does the team have the ability to navigate that pivot? And so that's where we look at. And so when you kind of say, "Oh, don't worry about the team," and it's just, it's me and my friends. Well, the team matters, because if we're going to put money in, we want to make sure that you can navigate through that. So I've seen, that's why I wanted to highlight that. And every entrepreneur has pivots, big and small, and we want to make sure you can navigate that. But we're at our time right now, but I want to thank everyone for kind of walking through your journey, kind of telling us what's behind the curtain, Amy. And this is all part of the process. So thank you to everyone here. Appreciate it. Awesome. We're good. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, how inspiring to hear from past winners and funders. We've actually been doing this now for about 50 minutes here, but we're going to get ready to actually start the show online with the audience as well too. So, in getting prepared for that, we are going to kind of kick off the day at even another level coming up soon. So, to help us with that, there's a few people here on my team helping me out in the audience and online for audience engagement and making sure that the online audience is also engaged here as well. So I want to first I am bringing up Zachary Lichtai to kick us off with an invocation for the day. Zachary, are you here, and can you join us? There we are. Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining us. I just wanted to give a quick prayer before we got started here. So because we are a Catholic university, we just thought it would be appropriate. But no matter what your faith tradition is or your background, you're welcome to join us in this moment of meditation and prayer. So if you feel like it, you can close your eyes or do whatever suits you best. Dear God, thank you for bringing us all together today. This is a special experience to have all of these great people in the room. Please help us to treat each other kindly and to help us all make the world a better place. Amen.
Thank you, Zach. And now I want to introduce my helpers throughout. USD graduate student Kate Rose is online and going to be keeping engagement going. So we will have her, thank you. And Miss Elaine Swan from the Swan School of Protocol. Elaine will be wandering around. Elaine, thank you. Elaine will be wandering around the room, kind of getting some engagement throughout the day, asking, a little bit of your background, what you're excited for, some real-time feedback of the pitches. So keep an eye out for Elaine, and she will be our roving reporter here in the field. Thank you, Elaine. Okay. Let me just check here. All right. Well, look, I want to set the stage a little bit for kind of the gravity of the day. We've talked a little bit about, kind of jumped right into startups and startup lingo and, funding businesses. But this is a really important effort that is going into what's happening right now. Macroeconomically, times are uncertain. We've had from stock market crashes, bank crashes, and yet here we are talking about investing in businesses, risky ventures, and there couldn't be anything more important, honestly, right now in that. This time really, and what economists have said is that net new job creation entirely comes from net new company creation, meaning all other businesses hire and fire at the exact same time. And if we're going to create more jobs, good paying jobs that change our lives with technology, it starts from today, where we fund those companies to take their technology to the world. And so that's what's at stake here today. This is the opportunity to meet companies, invest in them, and then continue helping them change all of our lives. And that, this effort doesn't just happen randomly. It happens with founders of San Diego Angel Conference, Misty, who had this idea to say, well, we can't just funnel blank capital into a company. Let's train a whole new class of investors together, train them to do it well and do it right, to set the stage for good investing. And so since San Diego Angel Conference started here at USD 4 years ago, they also launched simultaneously the Brink, SBDC, which has a focus on practical application through one-on-one consulting and workshops. So not just a conference, not just a training ground for investors, but also a backbone of services to help the companies throughout the year as well too. And that vision obviously from USD came from knowing that there's been prominent companies that have come from USD. Maybe you've heard of Yori, founder is a USD alum. C3 Bank, also USD alum. MaintenanceNet, a successful exit to Cisco. More recently, alum and company, Visor, and many other prominent businesses where they had their start as undergrads or grad students here, went on into the business world and have shown success for the community. But how amazing way for USD to be involved in that, through that journey all the way from start to finish for growing, starting, and selling businesses. And so to date, 1,500 companies have gone through the SBDC, the Brink here on campus. 94 new businesses started, 358 million in capital infused, and over 16,000 hours of consulting throughout the year. So that's what happens every day, not just today, to help our companies continue forward. And since San Diego Angel Conference started in 2019, those 4 funds had over 500 applicants alone. That's 500 companies interested in taking it to the next level. 14 of those companies have raised $4.1 million just from Angel Conference, but between the 150 new angel investors that got trained and invested and continue investing, you've had over 190 million invested between just those 158 people in the years that have come. So think of the impact that we're kicking off today. Think of that little butterfly wings setting off ripples here. That's what's happening here today. And it's incredibly inspiring, and I'm honored to be a part of it. I got here in San Diego 10 years ago because an incubator in town recruited my startup from LA to San Diego. And in that moment, the community immediately said, how can we help you, your first-time founders? And I've forever been grateful because of that. We raised locally from Tech Coast Angels. And as soon as we had an exit 5 years ago, I joined to say, now I want to be on the other side and start writing those checks as well. And that has turned into an angel investment community and fund of my own called Interlock Capital. And that's really what matters here today, is that while we're all assembled as a group, each of you are committing to helping grow companies that will literally change the world. And so we don't take that lightly at all. The audience vote is important here today. You still can actually choose to invest in these companies if you haven't officially joined the fund from San Diego Angel Conference. And so, I just want to thank Misty and the USD team for really having that conviction and saying we have to start. And we have to start by starting with new companies and new investors. And so with that, I want to bring Dr. Robert Shapiro up from USD, from the School of Business, to, one, thank him for the conviction, but also to give us some words from the university. Dr. Robert Shapiro.
Well, thanks very much. So I'm Robert Shapiro. I'm actually the Dean of the School of Law. You can tell because I'm the guy wearing the tie. But I appreciate the introduction, and I know Dean Tim Keene wishes he could be with us here today, the Dean of the Canal School of Business. Well, I just want to offer my welcome on behalf of the university. This university is a place where innovative change makers confront humanity's urgent challenges, and of course, innovation is central to this vision. We promote innovative thinking through the university, at least we try to do so, through the ideas that our scholars generate, through the teaching of our outstanding faculty, through our service and our connection to the community. Now, USD's Canal School of Business and its Free Enterprise Institute in particular play a central role in this commitment, but the focus on innovation really does pervade the university. The Shiley Marcus School of Engineering offers a cutting-edge technical education infused with imagination, inspiration, and innovation. That dynamic spirit powers its graduate program in innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. The Kroc School of Peace Studies offers a master's degree in social innovation. That program cultivates social entrepreneurs who will create new institutions and organizations to address the complex issues we face. Social entrepreneurs who will catalyze change for good. And a focus on innovation also plays a central role in the School of Law, my home here. Innovation requires a supportive legal and political framework. What should be the rules governing innovation? And there's a practical side of that, which I think we've heard a lot about already. For those of you who want to learn more about tranches of financing or LLCs or term sheets, that's what we do. And our students have a chance to do that through our entrepreneurship clinic. There's also a bit of a theoretical side to this. What kind of protection is optimal for new ideas, products, processes? How do we create a legal regime that provides incentives for innovation while not stifling further creativity and invention? How do we ensure that the processes of innovation promote the social good? How can ChatGPT and other advances in artificial intelligence expand access to justice? So I mentioned my colleague Orly Lobel, the Warren Distinguished Professor of Law, just published a book that brilliantly illuminates so many of these concerns. It's called The Equality Machine, Harnessing Digital Technology for a Brighter, More Inclusive Future, and explores how new technology can create a more prosperous and a more just society. So in sum, USD is a place that studies, promotes, and prizes innovation. And so we're extremely happy and grateful to be hosting all of you for this important event. We're proud to support the work of people like you who have brilliant ideas and then transform those ideas into action and into innovations that can make a difference. Thank you for all that you do to join us in confronting the urgent challenges that face humanity, and together we are changing the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. This day would not be possible without our community partners. These are partners who help our companies every day, and partners like our sponsor, C3 Bank, and Mr. AJ Moyer have stepped up and really helped us to bring this to you today. So, AJ, thank you, and we welcome you up to give some remarks.
Thank you, Neil. I graduated USD in 2001, and I think that was about the last time I was in this room, so I'm having a lot of fond memories. And it was an accounting graduation dinner, and I think at the time I was probably going, I wonder what my career will be like. And here we are, age 44, and I think I'm sitting in this room going, I wonder what my career will be like. And I think that really summarizes the way I feel about entrepreneurship, that here I am 23 years later, and I can't wait for what's next and what we're going to do next and all these great innovation ideas. And I think that's just a spirit that all of us have within each other and inside of us, is that we never are satisfied with the status quo. We want to have new products, new innovation, new experiences. And at C3 Bank, that's really been what we foster. We really enjoy supporting entrepreneurs, both with either financial products or one-on-one consulting. Myself and my partner, Mike Persall, who founded the bank, we've been doing this now for 10 years. And along with his leadership, I've been able to be part of 4 startups. We started a bank 10 years ago. Mike started a private debt fund called ABP Capital. We have a real estate development group, and we have a small private equity group. So entrepreneurship is very, very important to us. We're so proud of USD to be the leader in this space, along with SDAC, all of your support. I'm originally from Orange County. I got to move back down to San Diego 5 years ago. And what I realized immediately is the culture and innovation and closeness of the San Diego community in entrepreneurship. And I think that's what Neil was just talking about, the support to one another, the generation of great ideas. It astounds me every single day. So I think that's why C3 Bank is so engaged in this process. We just really want San Diego, USD, SDAC to be the future leaders of entrepreneurship and innovation, not just in our county and our state, but nationwide. And I think the program has a great chance to do that. We wish the finalists the best of luck today, not just today, but in your future endeavors, and we look forward to the rest of the event. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AJ, and thank you, C3. There's a favorite quote of mine that it's, you don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. And starting SDAC was the vision of founders, just like founders of companies. And so I am thrilled to introduce Misty Rusk and Stacy Pina, the SDAC Fund 5 co-managers.
Hi there, and thanks so much for being here today. I want to do a couple of things real quick. We've got some faculty in the room, so if you're USD faculty, could you stand up for a minute? This is a program we're working hard to build with you, and we're so excited to have you here. So I know we've got a few more in the back and some out here in the middle. We've got some USD students here. If you're a USD student, would you please stand up too? All right. We've got undergrads and graduate students here, so please stay standing up. If you're a USD student or faculty, please stay standing up. We've also got some fantastic alumni here today, so if you're part of the USD Alumni Network, would you also join our colleagues in standing? So while you're standing, I want to say this to you. We're counting on you. The world's in big trouble, and it needs spectacular innovations to solve big problems we're facing. And we've seen that again and again from people who come out of this particular university. And I've finally been able to sort of put to words why that is. So UCSD turns out a ton of technology, for sure. Research all day long, top 3, top 5 in the world, consistently year over year. San Diego State turns out amazing, employable people that go to work for great companies here in San Diego and all across the world. But USD builds leaders. We take young people and we give them this fantastic liberal arts education, and when they leave us, they have the ability to think critically, to write well, to navigate difficulties, and lead companies. And so we're counting on this group to take us to where we need to go next to solve some of the world's big challenges. So thank you so much. You can sit down.
Hello, optimists, entrepreneurs, investors, changemakers, YouTubers, gamers, and lost Zoomers. Welcome to the San Diego Angel Conference. I am Stacy Pena, and I'm honored to be this year's co-fund manager.
And I'm Misty Rusk, your other fund co-manager. At SDAC, we accelerate innovation, and we prove that there are investment-worthy deals and active angel investors that are committed to saving the world, one revolutionary innovation at a time.
Today, you're going to hear about innovations in the areas clean tech, medical devices, and software AI. You'll see the pitches from the founders, you'll hear the reviews from the SDAC investors, and we'll find out who's going to win.
And today's event marks a culmination of a year of hard work and 6 months of effort from entrepreneurs and investors. The San Diego Angel Conference takes place in 2 phases. First, working with our organizational partners, many of whom are here in the room today, and through a lot of different channels, we encourage entrepreneurs from across the country to apply.
Second, accredited investors work together to evaluate all applications and pick the companies you will meet in a few minutes. In this cycle, there are 106 companies that applied. To date, there are 54 investors who have purchased 66 units at $5,500 per unit. We are currently sitting on $429,000 in the bank, and what we intend to invest today.
In January, investors started reviewing the deals and making tough decisions in round after round of selections until we got to the 6 finalists you're going to meet today.
At the end of today's conference, the investors will be sequestered to deliberate for the last time on which company will go home with at least $200,000 in angel investment, and if we choose runners-up, as we have done before.
If you are a worthy institution or an accredited investor, and you're interested in participating in this year's fund, there are still a few people in the room that you can talk to. So if you're part of the San Diego Angel Conference investor group, raise a hand. Right? Any of these people can answer questions that you have. There's also a sheet on the table. If you're an SDAC 5 investor, I was going to make you stand up, but you've already waved, so we'll skip that. And we would love to have you join the fund. So there's a simple way for us to do that for anybody who's interested in joining still today. We would love to push the fund up to the 700 mark and perhaps invest in all of the companies we're going to see.
We will continue to accept investments until May 10th. Please feel free to talk with any of our investors if you're interested in investing today.
The future's unwritten, whether you're writing code or checks, whether you're an entrepreneur or an angel. We get to carry each other. We all have a role to play, and we can do well by doing good.
If you're an entrepreneur, we hope you get inspired. If you're an investor, you'll see some great deal flow, so please join us. For everyone else, you'll get a sneak peek at emerging trends. Welcome to the San Diego Angel Conference.
All right, we are getting started. Very excited about it. There are some, like we mentioned, a lot of students here, students who are working on their own startups while also studying. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Amit Kakad, who is a member of the USD faculty, and he's part of the NOS Business School, and a strategic advisor to the school's entrepreneurship program and the Innovation Catalyzer. He teaches graduate and undergraduate courses in operations management, management science, and he's passionate about building and supporting an ecosystem for social entrepreneurs. Dr. Kakad.
Thank you, Neil. Good afternoon, everyone. As Dean Shapiro said, USD is a place where we want to educate tomorrow's leaders. And one of the ways in which we do that is through the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Catalyzer at USD's Canal School of Business that partners with the Free Enterprise Institute, the home of SDAC, the Brink, the SPDC located right here on our campus, Spark at USD, the Changemaker Hub, and our counterparts across other schools at USD, including law, engineering, leadership studies, peace studies, arts and science, and nursing. To ignite innovation and help our students realize their potential as entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, and change makers. We support our students' entrepreneurial journey inside and outside the classroom through year-round, campus-wide programming, including classes in entrepreneurship, as well as entrepreneurship minor for both undergraduate and graduate students, USD Entrepreneurship Week at the beginning of the fall semester that kicks off the annual cycle, workshops, speaker series, and mentoring throughout the year, two-pitch competitions geared specifically towards the students, one in the fall called the Fowler Business Concept Challenge, and the one in the spring that used to be called the Venture Wedding Competition, but recently we have called it the USD Innovation Challenge that we just concluded. Our Free Enterprise Institute also offers a summer accelerator for our students and recent graduates that want to turbocharge their entrepreneurial journey. At the USD Innovation Challenge that we just concluded, we'd like to take a few minutes to give you a glimpse of innovation at USD by showcasing the winning team. The powerful duo of George and Ethan Muniz, whose venture idea called Ascender Systems won the top spot. Before we invite them to the stage, here are a few interesting details about this unique duo. George is a naval aviator who currently works as a defense contractor and program manager with Northrop Grumman. George is also one of our current MBA students who is graduating this May with a concentration in entrepreneurship. Ethan is a high schooler, is George's co-founder, and also moonlights as his son. Together, they wowed the judges last week to take home the first prize of $15,000. Now, don't let that amount fool you because it might look like a smaller number compared to the number that we're gonna look at today, but in academic context, that's a very decent chunk of money, and the recognition that it brings and the doors that it opens is really what the students gain out of that. Next, they will be representing USD at the upcoming Fowler Global Social Innovation Challenge, which is an initiative that began right here at USD and grew from a local, then to regional, then to binational, and then to a global initiative where we, along with our partner, University of St. Thomas, bring together universities that are interested in supporting entrepreneurship among students from 6 continents. We still haven't had luck with Antarctica, So if you have any context, do let us know. Where student entrepreneurs from around the world pitch and compete for seed funding and other resources for business ventures that are grounded in one or more of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and benefit the people and planet. So without further ado, please join me in congratulating and welcoming George and Ethan.
Thank you so much, Professor Kakad. Really appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ethan, my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is George Muniz.
And I'm Ethan Muniz, and we are the founders of Ascender Systems.
As Dr. Kakad said, I was a helicopter pilot for 25 years. I flew missions all around the world. I did a lot of humanitarian assistance, disaster relief operations. I could tell you that when you're doing an HADR, a disaster relief operation, there are three things that you need. You need good communication, you need to establish perimeter security, and you need to have supplemental lighting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have those three things, aid will not be delivered. Unfortunately, because of certain circumstances, it could take weeks or months to get those three issues established. But it doesn't have to be that way. Katrina, 2005, several months. Haiti, 2010, several months. 2019, you think we got out of it? Absolutely not. 2 million people did not have electricity, did not have any services. And then, of course, we have idiots going around the United States shooting up distribution centers and causing chaos all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, what is common amongst all these pictures? They each have vertical pipes, poles, columns that are unused. No electricity is flowing through them, but we can use them.
Thankfully, our Ascender Systems can use these structures. Thankfully, our Ascender Systems can use these structures to solve our problem. How? Simple. Our device is installed at the bottom of any pipes, poles, or columns, and then it is ascended to the top, along with the selected leave-behinds.
Each of these selected leave-behinds treat one of those three issues that I talked about: communications relay, security monitoring, and supplemental lighting into the area. They're out of reach for anybody to touch, damage, or take down, and we're moving on.
Our system is easily installed in less than 10 minutes. We've ran multiple tests and iterations, bringing us to a fully functional prototype with capabilities to climb both round and odd-shaped poles, as demonstrated by this handsome young man in the blue. Our Ascender system beats even the $1 million police command vehicle in all 5 of these categories, and our closest competitor across the board. For environmental, we burn no fossil fuel, and we use lithium-ion batteries and solar panels. And none are as easy to deploy as ours.
We are a B2G type of corporation right now. We have established comms with the Office of Emergency Management Service for San Diego. We're also working with San Diego Gas and Electric, as well as the Sheriff's County of San Diego, both of whom have great interest in the communication, lighting. Interesting enough, the SDG&E is looking to apply transformer robotics on board and red light cameras for San Diego Gas and Electric. We are a fully registered federal contractor as of March 2003. We are a Delaware C corporation. We have patents for both the climber and the Ascender system, as well as the leave-behind system. Our total addressable market is $733 million, our SOM of $71 million by year 5, and we are working with FEMA right now. Our ask is $1.5 million in a 2-year convertible note with a 10% discount rate. Our use of funds is going to be, at least 1/3 is going to go towards research and development for electrical hardening, software development, GUI interface, as well as mechanical ruggedization of the system. Sales and marketing is going to take about half of it, along with the manufacturing. And yes, we have to leave about 15% for legal to secure additional patents as we're moving forward. We do take a dip on year 1 and year 2 once we get engaged with FEMA. By year 3, we're going to start skyrocketing. By year 4 and 5, we're going to start branching out into services such as contracting, certification of those personnel who are going to be doing the install in the local city and the local district area.
At Northrop Grumman, my dad leads teams of engineers every single day like it's nothing. And in projects such as innovation, design, development, and research.
And for my son over here, let me tell you what, I would have still been climbing palm trees, decorating with holiday lights, had it not been for his call to action and telling me there has to be a better way, Dad. So thank you for my son. That's how Tender Systems started, ladies and gentlemen. We're done. Thank you.
Hey, woo!
Incredible. Thank you, George and Ethan. Really exciting, and excited to hear the continued story. But now it is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's time to get into our finalist pitches. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Sorry. It's on me, guys. You looking around the room and you're seeing, wow, there's a lot of people here. Well, there's even more people online tuning in here. Let's hear from them. I want to turn it over to my colleague here, Kate, who is online checking in and seeing how people are doing online. Kate, are you there?
Hello. Welcome to the virtual stream of the 5th Annual San Diego Angel Conference. Here, my name is Kate Rose. I am a full-time MBA student here. Misty and the Free Enterprise Institute for the past year. We are excited to have everyone join us virtually. We have a few of you have joined recently. We're hoping for a few more to join us all around from the country. If you have not joined us virtually before, I would appreciate if you could just put into the chat box where you're watching the stream from. We'll be interacting with you through the chat function and continually checking in with you for your questions and comments about the live stream. We are very excited for today's event and look forward to speaking with you.
All right, thanks, Kate, and thank everyone for joining us online as well. Now is the moment we've all been waiting for. I'd like to tease it out a little bit. It is my pleasure to welcome on the stage our first finalist for the 5th Annual San Diego Angel Conference, Sarah Lee from Lavo. Sarah.
To be here today. My name is Sarah Lee, and I'm the CEO and founder of Lavo. At the same time that I was a student at Johns Hopkins University, my aunt began dialysis. Due to her limited health literacy and language barriers, she felt that she had no choice other than in-center hemodialysis and relied on my mom to drive her to and from treatment 3 times a week. While at school, I engaged with clinicians at Johns Hopkins Hospital and learned about the option and benefits of home dialysis. I learned that care could be performed while sleeping overnight versus during the day, that it offered better health outcomes and didn't require patients to sit in a dialysis chair for 15 hours a week. Unfortunately, this is an uncommon option due to high infection risk, so I was compelled to take on this problem. In the United States alone, over 800,000 people are affected by end-stage renal disease, or kidney failure, with over 500,000 patients requiring some form of dialysis to survive. For patients who take the risk of administering their own care at home via peritoneal dialysis, or PD, nearly 30% are affected by peritonitis, an infection of the peritoneal membrane. Peritonitis contributes to 1 out of 6 PD patient deaths and requires hospitalization in over 50% of cases. Because patients are administering their own care in an uncontrolled environment, sterile tubes can become easily contaminated by things like breathing or coughing, touching tubes to non-sterile surfaces, or fur or hair in the environment. Existing efforts to prevent peritonitis, which are based solely on education and patient vigilance, just aren't working. So driven by the many doctors, patients, and families feeling unsafe, we founded Lavo. We are a medical device company that's changing the way that kidney failure patients receive treatment by making home dialysis safer and more accessible. To do this, we developed the Peritonex, a self-disinfecting connection device that minimizes the risk of peritonitis. Rather than connecting dialysis tubes directly, patients will instead connect them to our device, which internally disinfects the dialysis tubes by injecting, dwelling, and retracting an antimicrobial solution into the connection space. We spoke with over 50 dialysis clinics and received overwhelming support for our simple tool that will reduce infection risk. This Class 2 de novo 510K product disinfects after connections have been made and maintains a closed system throughout treatment. This eliminates the risk of secondary exposure to microbes and reduces the reliance on patients to be highly vigilant of contamination events. With the Peritonex, we'll provide current PD patients with higher quality care and allow more kidney failure patients to experience the benefits of home treatment. Their daytime routine will no longer be dictated by their in-clinic schedule, allowing them to go to work, attend school, and spend more and higher quality time with family and friends. Dialysis clinics and Medicare will also save money from fewer peritonitis cases, fewer hospitalizations, and because PD has an overall lower cost of care per patient per year compared to other types of dialysis. Clinics can also see increased revenue and reimbursement from new Medicare payment models. This is a particularly important time for innovation in dialysis. In 2019, the Advancing American Kidney Health Initiative was introduced via executive order, and it set ambitious goals to dramatically increase home dialysis use to 50% of incident kidney failure patients by 2025. This is notable because it's the first government initiative focusing on kidney health. To incentivize this shift, Medicare issued new payment models that provide financial incentives to dialysis clinics to grow their home programs and to shift the system towards value-based care. This shift is also supported by industry, as demonstrated by DaVita and Fresenius, the two largest dialysis providers in the US, setting public goals of 25% of their patients at home, as well as by advocacy organizations like the National Kidney Foundation, through providing increased education and support for patients around home treatment. Kidney failure is a huge problem worldwide that's growing at an increasing rate. Over $100 billion are spent annually on dialysis treatment, with the US making up a significant portion of that spending. We estimate our US market to be north of $1.2 billion annually using a grounds-up approach. The Peritonex can also be easily adapted to other catheter infection and home therapy markets, including bloodstream infections and home chemotherapy. Following the existing PD supply chain, we'll sell to dialysis clinics who purchase supplies on behalf of patients using a monthly subscription model. Clinics will pay $150 per patient per month, which represents just 10% of the potential cost of one episode of peritonitis. To obtain market share in the PD space, we'll initially target dialysis clinics participating in the ESRD. This mandatory Medicare model includes 30% of all dialysis clinics in the US and provides adjusted reimbursement rates, positively or negatively, based on home dialysis utilization. We'll also target clinics involved in value-based care programs, which are responsible for the total cost of a patient's care, including hospitalizations, as well as clinics run by chronic kidney disease management companies, since their patients are more likely to choose home therapies. In addition to sales to these groups of clinics, we'll also pursue educational initiatives with the National Kidney Foundation and the American Association of Kidney Patients to help grow the PD market by providing earlier education about its benefits. Now, on the competitive landscape side, current solutions that we identified, like PureCat's Firefly, PeriPal's PeriSafe, or Lightline Medical, are not compatible with existing PD systems, are difficult to use, or are too expensive for dialysis clinics. Other notable products, like Pursuit Vascular's ClearGuard or CloudCath, are either only applicable to hemodialysis catheters or aim to detect peritonitis rather than prevent it. So unlike these competitors, the Peritonex is compatible with and complementary to existing dialysis systems, actively disinfects tubing to reduce infection risk, and is intuitive and simple to use. Following commercial launch, we expect to earn $4.5 million in revenue in 2025 based on 2,500 patients. Then we'll grow rapidly in the following years based on clinical trial data and expanded regulatory claims. We'll then expand globally to provide quality dialysis care to the millions of kidney failure patients worldwide without access, while also entering other home therapy markets. We are a female-founded team of biomedical engineers from Johns Hopkins University, and our management team and advisors bring over 100 combined years of experience in medical innovation and commercialization. We personally bring experience from leading engineering design teams, working at top med tech companies, and as research fellows with the NSF. To date, we've developed working prototypes whose disinfection efficacy has been tested both on the benchtop and in animal models, and that have demonstrated an ability to exceed industry standards for catheter disinfection by achieving a greater than 5 log reduction in microbial units against peritonitis-causing microbes. We've also demonstrated safety in rodent studies and successfully prevented infection in 100% of pigs in a large animal study. We've also raised nearly $2 million in non-dilutive funding, including NSF SBIR Phase 1 and 2 grants and the Kidney X Redesigned Dialysis Prize, filed 2 non-provisional patent applications that protect our disinfection method and device for automating and controlling the disinfection process, and held multiple meetings with FDA through acceptance into their Safer Technologies program. We're now raising a seed round totaling $2 million to complete product development and testing towards FDA submission. We intend to raise $1.5 million on a post-money safe, with the remaining $500,000 coming in the form of non-dilutive funding through NSF's investment matching program. During this time, we'll set up our manufacturing processes, conduct validation testing per FDA requirements, and run a series of usability studies to ensure that patients can safely and effectively use the Periton X. Current participation in this round includes the National Kidney Foundation, Swan Impact Network, and other angel investors. So in conclusion, we invite you to join us as we reduce the burden of kidney failure and provide patients with safer treatment. Thank you.
Everyone, I'm Sami Shahabi, and I'm up here on behalf of our due diligence team with SDAC. Thanks to Marie, my partner in crime, David, James, Nathan, Brian, and Alex with UGF. So I'm just going to keep it simple, brief for the next couple of minutes, and what I wanted to do is give you guys a quick high-level summary of what we found through our due diligence with Rolavo over the last 12 weeks or so. So what do we like about Rolavo? I think Sarah did a fantastic job taking you through her journey to date. What we really loved, and through our interaction with Rolavo and their team, is the fact that they're solving a real problem. This is a problem that I myself, had to face with my mother when she was, going through peritoneal dialysis. And we believe that the market right now is poised, and the growth momentum is there to help continue to push them forward with the government initiatives as well as initiatives from all the large dialysis providers. The traction they have done to date has been phenomenal, raising close to $2 million in non-dilutive funding. Hopefully they can, close their seed round very quickly, and have done, and a great job getting the National Kidney Foundation on board, the National Science Foundation on board. So we're truly enthusiastic about their traction to date. And they have a fantastic leadership team. Sarah is their CEO, but we had a chance to interact with the co-founders, with their advisors. We interviewed external folks that work with them, and they all said the same thing. These are phenomenal leaders that are capable of delivering on the promise of changing the world of peritoneal dialysis. Now, some of the risks we've identified, which is a risk that we saw along their entire growth curve. One is the manufacturing. So they're in that process right now of getting out of tooling and so forth and going into manufacturing. So, costs for manufacturing, therefore margins, their financials are still to be determined. And so we believe that they'll be able to do something about that. And they're talking already with a lot of manufacturers and so forth to make sure they mitigate that. Longer time to market. This is a med tech close to biotechs. They need FDA approvals. So, their path to approval is quite sound. They have strategies in place to accelerate their introduction to market. And obviously, we have to see their clinical data, panning out through the clinical trials that they have planned for next year. So why do we love them? Again, as cliche as this, they're tackling a real problem. They're tackling it at the right time, and they're tackling it with the right people on board. So we are extremely excited and have really truly enjoyed working with Rolavo. And we hope you guys are excited in them and continue to invest in them. And with that, congratulations, great presentation by Sarah, and good luck to the rest of the finalists.
All right, congratulations, great pitch. And we are continuing to move on. We have a word from one of our sponsors that we will show. Mint Slevin, law firm's longtime backing entrepreneurs here. Take it away. Not pre-recorded, I'm the recording. Thank you to our sponsors, including Vince Levin, for supporting this today. We really appreciate it. Let's hear from the audience. What do we think of this? I want to turn it over to Elaine to hear how what the audience thought of this pitch.
Venture Group. And Bobby, tell me about, what did you think about the pitch that you just heard here?
Well, it was quite impressive, actually. And one of the challenges of this event is that we're probably going to see 6 impressive presentations today. Having been in the fund now for the 4th time, we always see just, if you make it down this stretch after 100 and some companies, you look pretty good.
Fantastic. And so what draws you to keep coming back after so many years?
Well, the people in this room, of course, the other investors, and I'm always looking for new companies to invest in. There's a lot of smart people here. For me, like some of the other people, some of the other investors, this is a full-time gig for me. So, I mean, basically, I need to see a lot of deals every year. I'd look at probably 300 to 400 deals a year. So.
Well, looking at 300 to 400 deals a year, how can someone just pop out and stand out to you? I mean, that's a lot. It takes a lot.
Well, I have a lot of smart friends. I mean, you kind of know after a while what you're looking for. Like I have a certain niche now. I invest in a lot of fintech companies now, which isn't exactly San Diego's priority. But I've invested alongside a lot of people here who are in the life science area. Some of the people sitting at the table behind me who have a lot of expertise. Probably 60% of my portfolio is life science. So.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for just continuing to pour into San Diego area. Thank you. All right. Back to you, Neil.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Bobby. Next up, it's time for our second pitch with Jessica Bassert with Wave Therapeutics.
Thank you. Years ago, I was working in a small town emergency department when my slides didn't work. Let's see. There they go. Sorry about that. When a disabled vet arrived with the worst infected bed sores that I had ever seen, the man was septic and almost dead. His doctor had prescribed a $4,000 wheelchair cushion to help treat his wounds, but my patient just couldn't afford it. Each year, 3 million Americans, 3 million Americans will develop a pressure injury, also known as a bed sore, and 60,000 will die as a result. That's 50% more deaths than from car accidents. This space hasn't seen innovation in decades, with current options for care being labor-intensive, ineffective, and grossly overpriced. Let's dig into that a little bit more. All across the nation, healthcare facilities currently depend on limited staff resources to manually reposition their patients. Using what is commonly called a turning schedule, nurses and their aides will physically reposition at-risk patients using nothing more than towels and pillows. Residents find this invasive and uncomfortable. Staff find it difficult and time-consuming. And at the end of the day, it just doesn't work to prevent pressure injuries. Another option for care are the collection of simple static pads made of foam, gel, or air that just sit there and don't do anything. These devices have no smarts or motion and are little different from the chair cushion you're sitting on right now. The current market leader, Roho, creates a $400 air pillow that is functionally equivalent to a pool toy, and according to their own product literature, doesn't prevent bed sores. At the highest end are a collection of automated pads that operate by rocking the patient from side to side. These products do change up pressure points, but they do nothing to assist with circulation. The current best-in-class product costs $4,000 for a device that is basically a teeter-totter. Insurance won't pay for these costly products when used for prevention, leaving all but the wealthy at risk for these life-threatening injuries. Today, I'm excited to share a better option. Wave Therapeutics has developed the first affordable and effective soft robotics cushioning technology to prevent and treat bed sores. Our technology combines two clinically proven therapies with our smart analytics to solve a hair-on-fire healthcare problem at an affordable price. Let me expand on this a little bit. Unlike the costly automated teeter-totters we discussed a moment ago, Wave takes a more novel approach to the problem by combining alternating pressure with sequential compression to eliminate pressure points and actively deliver fresh, oxygenated blood to at-risk tissues. Our cushions create a rolling wave of low pressure under the user, gently flowing from their knees across the back of their thighs and under their buttocks that delivers oxygen and nutrients where they are needed the most. We join this with our smart analytics to deliver real-time actionable data to help patients and their caregivers make better treatment decisions. Our technology also enables remote patient monitoring and valuable compliance with care documentation needed for insurance and liability protection. We'll use our technology in wheelchair cushions, hospital mattresses, and surgical beds. The US healthcare market for cushioning products is over $30 billion, and with our superior technology and significantly better prices, will quickly become the standard of care in this important space. We'll next expand into foreign healthcare markets and eventually license our technology for consumer, automotive, and airline applications. Ultimately, we'd like to see our cushions used by office workers, Uber drivers, long-haul truckers, frequent flyers, and more. In order to protect this valuable market, our IP has been filed around the world. And I'm excited to share that just last year, we were awarded our first US patent. We'll enter the market with our B2B offerings by selling to hospitals and nursing homes. We'll sell direct to the largest of these organizations and through distribution to the remainder. We'll utilize our own e-commerce sites as well as established durable medical equipment retailers to sell to the B2C marketplace, including home users and home healthcare providers. We'll offer our devices through outright sales and on a subscription basis for those with temporary rehab needs. While we will be selling to both healthcare facilities and consumers, it's important to note that our B2B consumers have a very real hair-on-fire business problem when it comes to bed sores. Let me run through some of those numbers. Each and every year, some 20% of the patient population in long-term care is considered at risk for developing these bed sores. That's 1 in 5 people. And in spite of all they try to do to prevent the problem, 5% of their patient population will develop a significant injury that requires hospitalization or even surgery to treat. The federal government has declared that these wounds are caused by staff neglect and that facilities are on the hook for treatment costs that average $44,000 an incident. To make matters worse, bed sores are the second leading reason these facilities get sued for malpractice. They lose these cases 87% of the time for damages that average $250,000. All of these funds come straight from the bottom lines of our nation's nursing homes and rehab centers. With WAVE's advanced and affordable technology, we do a much better job at preventing these injuries from happening in the first place. Additionally, our smart analytics provides facilities with the data they need to defend against costly lawsuits. At the end of the day, WAVE provides facilities with an almost immediate ROI. Given our attractive offerings and our compelling business case, we conservatively expect to achieve revenues in excess of $150 million within the first 5 years of operation. And depending upon our licensing opportunities, this number could be much, much higher. To help prove out our claims, we've got best-in-class institutional partners teed up for pilots and trials, and we've signed an important contract with the Veterans Health Administration. We've assembled the people to make this all happen. Our core team includes Fortune 100 tech executives, healthcare professionals, seasoned device engineers, and serial entrepreneurs. To empower our efforts, we're currently raising a $5 million seed round, broken into 3 tranches, each with distinct milestones. The first tranche of $1.5 million, which we're raising currently, will enable us to produce our first 300 cushions to be used in pilots, clinical studies, and by our early adopters. These funds will also be used to expand our team and start work on the automation equipment needed to drop our COGS and increase our production speeds. The second tranche of $1.5 million will be used to produce 3,000 cushions and empower our full launch into the market. We will further expand our team while completing the previously discussed automation equipment. The final tranche of $2 million will allow us to produce 7,000 cushions while also starting work on the full mattress topper version of the technology. With these funds, we will begin our entry into foreign markets as well as explore licensing opportunities in the automotive and airline and consumer marketing space. In closing, I'd like to say that WAVE is on a mission to end preventable bed sores. Join us. Thank you.
Great job, Jessica. Hi, I'm Priscilla Luckhurst. I'm the due diligence lead for WAVE Therapeutics. I have a team that was doing the research with me: Sylvia Ma, Job Crowder, Scott Siegert, and Linda Tan. There are 3 things that we really like about WAVE Therapeutics. There is a huge market potential for this product, and it will be an excellent solution for the problem. Number 2, the potential technology will be the first affordable cushion among its competitors. And number 3, the founder, Jessica, has extensive clinical experience. Is a great lead for this team. Next, the 3 risks. The cushion still needs to go through the clinical studies, and they have started the conversation with the University of Colorado for the study. Next is the team needs to be expanded, and Jessica will hire executive leadership once funding becomes available. Next, there's no lead investor yet, but they do have significant players who've already invested, including Techstars, Pivotal Ventures, Gangels, and Pipeline Angels. Our one big thing, the current standard of care for bed sores, as you saw from Jessica's presentation, relies heavily on manual labor, leaving lots of room for a revolutionary solution. And when WAVE demonstrates positive clinical outcomes, it could be poised for expansive growth. Thank you.
All right, well done, Jessica. We're 2 down. This is great. How's everyone feeling about pitches so far? Yeah? Okay. Well, we're about to turn it over to see how the online community's feeling. But first, I want to thank ClearPoint Agency for supporting this today. Thank you very much for being partners here to bring us together to meet some great companies. Let's turn it over to Kate. Kate, how's it going online? What are you hearing?
Thank you, Neil. Such a great start to this evening. This competition began with 106 applicants, narrowed down to these 6 finalists. Just heard from the first 2. Our online viewers are excited to see more. Checking in with our online community, we've got folks watching from Los Angeles, New York, even Dublin, Ireland. Welcome. Thank you again for joining us virtually. We're really excited to support these inspiring change makers, continue to do such important work. The world needs innovation more than ever before, and that is what this conference is all about. Back to you, Neil.
All right. Are we ready for the next one? All right. I'm excited to bring up Dominic and Brian from Athletiverse. Guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I begin, I want to thank you all for being here this afternoon. This is an incredible event. A special thank you to Misty and Stacy, who've been running around like crazy to make this all happen the past few weeks. You guys are hustlers, and I absolutely love that. As for the Athletiverse story, our story begins in July of 2021. This is where the Supreme Court ruled that college athletes could be compensated for their name, image, and likeness. This opened up the opportunity for 500,000 college athletes to be funded by 30 million businesses. And in the first 4 years of the space, we will see more than $10 billion move through. However, there's a couple things that I want to point out before we move forward. Gen Z and millennials make up the largest generation in America. Their purchasing spend every year, $740 billion. The good news is that student athletes are the #1 subset of influencers to reach this generation. So based upon that and the fact that athletes want to get paid, and now they can, Athletiverse is building businesses and funding dreams. This is everything that we do. This is our why. However, currently, our businesses need customers, and getting NIL deals done is just far too difficult. There's too much time, the costs are ridiculous, and there's no one-time transaction to allow these deals to be done in a matter of minutes and not months. And as for our student athletes, they're still not getting paid, unfortunately. Just like business owners, they lack time, and finding deals is difficult. So the only people who can find deals at the end of the day are athletes that have agents, which make them the top 1% of athletes anyways. Our solution is a streamlined NIL marketplace, bringing together our customers and athletes in one frictionless transaction, taking away all previous barriers of entry, allowing NIL deals to be done in a matter of minutes. And as for our customer experience, it's not revolutionary. That's why it is so darn good. If you recall for a second, digital advertising, such as Google and Facebook ads, have brought in over $1 trillion in the past 2 decades. So we took their exact process and implemented it into our own. Businesses simply select an athlete, upload the ad media, and post it to the athlete's account. And as for the athlete, we removed all barriers of entry for them, specifically time. One-time register fee for them, or not fee, one-time register for them, connect their account, and from there they can own at their own discretion, right? The more deals that they accept, the more that they end up earning. And as for our business model, all technology sits between both parties, collecting a 20 to 25% commission on every transaction. But speaking of transactions, we understand that businesses are looking for a top-to-funnel marketing experience. They're trying to drive ROI, a key differentiator from us and everyone else in the space. But we do have recurring revenue packages that allow businesses to do that. It's at this time I'd like to hand it off to my father and COO, Brian Ballard.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dominic. So Dominic's talked about our why, our who, and our what. Here we get an example that just occurred earlier this month that sort of brings it all together under the Athletiverse umbrella. The day after Lamont Butler hit the buzzer-beating shot to send San Diego State to the NCAA basketball championship, we got a call from Level Select. They asked us if we could arrange to get Lamont to post an ad on his social media feed before the championship game on Monday night. This turned out to be pretty easy. Lamont was already a registered player on our platform. All we had to do was get Level Select to register. They simply selected Lamont. They uploaded the content. That's the content. They paid, and that content was posted at 9 a.m. on Monday morning. So in less than 24 hours from that original contact, we had that post up on Lamont's feed. For Lamont's effort, he earned $1,000. This was about $800 more than any of his previous NIL deals. So we demonstrate here where Lamont is able to capitalize on his moment. The business, Level Select, thrilled at the results, right? So we are talking with them about a nationwide campaign that we'll roll out here later on this year. What we see here is how our transaction system takes that time out of these transactions, takes that complexity out of these transactions, and how Athletiverse builds businesses and funds dreams. That is our differentiator. Our competition, they're very good at bringing athletes and businesses together. We actually facilitate these transactions. We complete them. Underlying our transaction system is our one-time transactions, which are largely powered by our integration with Meta, right? So we've got the ability for our platform, the Athletiverse platform, to in fact post directly to Instagram. This gives us just an incredible advantage. If we think about the Lamont Butler example, Lamont had just hit the shot of his life. He was about to play in the game of his life. In between, he had media commitments, he had practice, he had family, he had friends. But we were able to get this post up before the championship game, largely because he did not have to do a whole lot to get it done. In the influencer space, trust is everything. And make no mistake about it, Athletiverse is in the influencer space. In 7 short months, we have grown our ecosystem to 27,000 athletes. We are in contact with them every day. We know that they trust us to help them deliver their dreams. Our team that's got us here, a little bit gratuitous, but I'll take a moment to talk about our CEO. A year and a half ago, Dominic had this idea. He wanted to take NIL out of the vanity space and use it as a tool to help businesses and athletes to improve, take control of their financial future. The other person I'll discuss is Greg Clifton. Greg has been working in the background with us for the last 4.5 to 5 months. His role has really been to help us build a strategy around Tier 1 and Tier 2 customers. And I'm happy to announce that he is going to be joining us in the capacity as a strategic partnership consultant. Our advisors, couple people of note here, Bill Einer, very well-known attorney here in California, corporate law, acquisition law, just named for the 4th straight year as top lawyer in San Diego. The other person I'll point out, Scott Robinson, Silicon Valley-based entrepreneur and serial investor, founder of Plug and Play. Scott has himself raised over $750 million in his career. We are seeking to raise $1 million on a convertible note, 6.5%, 20% discount, and a $3.5 million value cap. That money will largely go to drive our sales and our marketing, as well as continue the build out of our tech. Our platform went live in January. We're currently at $10,000 in revenue. We think this capital infusion will allow us to get to $500,000 in revenue in 12 months.
To wrap it up, guys, I want to direct your attention to all the images around the screen. This is every single deal that we have done in the month of April alone so far, proving our ability to build businesses and fund dreams. But most importantly is our attraction, technology, team, timing, and trust will put us at the front of this now $10 billion market space. However, I understand that this is an investment, and great moments are born from great opportunities. For our businesses, we are directing them to $740 billion of purchasing spent by people like me who like to spend a lot of money. And as for our athletes, what better time to make people money in an economy just like this? We thank you all for allowing us to be here today. We can't wait to welcome you into our family. Thank you.
All right. Great job, you guys. My name's Brad Romer. I'm our group lead. You can see the rest of the team listed here. Thanks for your help. I'm going to walk you through real quick kind of a high-level summary of some of the stuff that we like. Obviously, they've created just a really elegant and simple solution in this NIL ad space marketplace. There's no contracts required. There's no commitments from athletes. And the platform's really easy to use on both sides, both on the athlete and the business side. They have a really strong founding team that's a father-son combination with complementary skill sets. We believe that Dom is really kind of the perfect spokesman for this product. He has his background in college baseball, and he's really impressed our group kind of throughout this whole due diligence process. And then his father, Brian, is kind of the balance out to Dom's youth, and he has really proven back-of-house operator and product development experience. And sort of lastly, we think this product is really differentiated from their competitors with the direct ad posting model, and they've validated their new partnership approach with a proof of concept, and they kind of walked you through that case study. Obviously, with it being a relatively new business, there's risk inherent in that. First and foremost, Dom is still a USD student. I would kind of flip that on its head and say how impressed we are. The fact that they've been able to make this much progress without full-time commitment, being a student, obviously. And we're kind of excited about the company's potential once he finishes up here and is able to commit full-time. The partnership strategy is kind of a new one, and so they haven't necessarily proven that out for the long haul and gotten our ROI metrics for advertisers quite yet, but we do have belief that this partnership approach is the right focus for them. Finally, the business does not have any sort of inherent IP with it. So really Athletiverse is going to need to be quick to market and essentially gain platform reputation in order to be successful. So I'm going to leave you with an overall kind of one big thing, a few final thoughts here. Working with the founders intimately over these past 5 weeks, we've been really impressed. Their willingness and desire to improve and ability to act and close quickly. Case in point was that final slide that showed you their traction just in this month alone. We're really proud that this business has come out of the local USD infrastructure, and we believe that the platform can provide financial help to the nearly 500,000 NCAA student athletes. The company has the leadership and platform to be a leader in this nascent ad space. And we are excited to imagine how funding and full-time dedication to the business will allow Athletiverse to flourish. Thank you.
All right, well done. You guys taking notes here? I am, definitely. I was already texting some diligence members for our team here at Interlock Capital. We've got a number of sports tech bets, so that was a great pitch. All right, moving along here. I want to thank our partners at Knoby Martin for supporting this today. Experts in IP on the legal side, and also a big community supporter group. So thank you very much for that. Let's hear from the community. What are you guys thinking? For 3 pitches in, Elaine, who are you standing by with?
All right, very good. Well, I am standing by here with Jared Sanderson from SAVA. He is the VP of Client Relations. And the interesting thing about Jared is that this is his first year on a due diligence committee. Oh my goodness, what was this like for you? Tell us about your experience.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's it's been great. That I can't speak enough about the people I met in the room here today and that couldn't make it in person, but the people, learning about the companies and just their passion for what they're doing and building and being part of the community. So in my business, I help companies from the outside grow their teams, and we help companies through every stage. So this has really given me that exposure to actually get in deep with a company, really get to see how their people and how they grow. And from a first-time angel investor, actually Neil Bloom, I got involved in Interlock, and the reason I came out to SDAC and got involved was I wanted to get and actually understand more about how to do it. So yeah, really excited to be here.
Did you find out how? Did you learn?
there is a lot of due diligence, and again, it's about the people. It's about getting to know the right people to ask the right questions.
That's right. And so now with that, what skills do you think from this experience that you can take to try to help other young founders in this space?
It's the connections, right? So people ask, who should I be in fintech, right? Bobby could be a good person I can put them in touch with. So it's knowing who's interested in what or has a technical background in a certain field to make the connection.
Thank you very much. Well, it's all about people. We certainly appreciate that. Back to you, Neil.
All right. Thank you. And we are moving right along to our next pitch. Please welcome to the stage Amy Van Haren with Pump Spotting.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amy Van Haren. I'm the CEO and founder of Pump Spotting, and we are making the world more inclusive for baby feeding parents, one company at a time. Because keeping a tiny human alive and fed is really freaking hard. In a minute, I will tell you how Pump Spotting's platform helps solve the challenges for parents. But more importantly, I'll share how we've expanded to a B2B health benefit that helps enterprises implement baby feeding support for their customers, their employees, their patients, their students. 90% of new mothers breastfeed, and it has great impact on every aspect of their lives, from how they work to where they shop. It's all encompassing, it's super time consuming, and it's lonely. Companies have an amazing opportunity to offer support, and yet they really stink at it. In fact, lactation support has been largely ignored within organizations. And without it, parents quit, they give up on breastfeeding, they even sue. And I know this because I've been there. 7 years ago, I was trying to feed both my family and my career and feeling like a failure at both. I was nursing and pumping all the time. I was exhausted, I was alone, and I had a very dark moment on a dirty bathroom floor in the San Francisco airport where my breast pump was sounding like Darth Vader when I really wanted to quit. It was in that moment that I saw a better way and I created Pump Spotting. Now, we have built our authenticity and our technology by making the rounds. Because to understand this pain point, I did what every 40-year-old mother of two would do, and I bought a 40-foot RV. This is the Breast Express. I turned her into a mothering oasis. We call her Barb. And I moved on board, and we traveled across the country to over 60 cities. We stopped at Nashville and Detroit and Denver. We got pulled into companies like IBM and Steelcase and NASA. And after hundreds of conversations with HR teams and employees, from astronauts to hourly workers, it became really clear that feeding support was absent. And it was a very costly blind spot for companies. Now that was a problem that we could fix. And so we did. We built an enterprise baby feeding solution, a comprehensive platform that connects companies and parents, helps support family feeding and health goals, and boost business. And what Pump Spotting does is it helps companies, as they're trying to create feeding-friendly cultures, and the parents that they seek to attract and retain. So Amy, you ask, what does it exactly look like? So let me tell you. Pump Spotting's solution has 3 key components. We offer a supported baby feeding journey to parents through our Pump Spotting platform, an exclusive brand community where companies can deepen connections with a captive parent audience, and community engagement to activate and excite. Pump Spotting goes way beyond supporting milk expression, logistics, and spaces. It's all about experience. The first component is the Pump Spotting platform. It's offered to customers and employees access to our mobile app, and on that it is easy to use, it's delightful, it's everything that they need to navigate the day-to-day of feeding in all its forms. Non-judgmental community, unlimited access to IBCLCs, Yelp-like places to pump, whether it's the local pizza joint or an airport. And all of it is tailored to parents' individual feeding goals and their stage in the journey. The second part of the platform is a brand-exclusive environment. This is where companies can deepen their connection to their parent populations, and they can personalize the experience. Our customers are using it to convert sales, to refer patients, to manage lactation spaces, and to support their DEI initiatives. We also help make sure that they meet federal and state compliance around breastfeeding. We provide assets and resources like milk expression policy and promotional materials to promote Pump Spotting. And the third component is our community engagement, and this is really where we excel. This is all about amplification of adoption and engagement. And we do that through things like virtual support groups, LC chats, and yes, even visits from Barb. Now, we generate revenue by selling this platform as annual subscriptions with tiers starting at $9.95 and $10K. For our enterprise pilots, they're starting out as an MVP at $25K. We come together on mutually agreed metrics, we roll it out as a starting MVP, and then we work together to support total contract value expansion. Currently, we have expansion opportunities between $50,000 and $6 million from our current customers. Since we went to market 18 months ago, we have 65 companies on board. They are large and small, Walgreens, B2B SaaS, male-dominated workplaces. They are as diverse as a trucking logistics company and a global fashion brand serving 150,000 employees. And not only have we delighted 65,000 parents, but we are really delighting our customers because we're delivering for them. With Walgreens, we've seen early adoption rates of 144%. 9 out of 10 parents are reaching their feeding goals. And with parents opening Pump Spotting's app 4 times a day, companies have hundreds of thousands of touch points to make an impact. Now, we are laser focused on our enterprise traction. We have over 8 million active in our pipeline, and we are serving 2 key primary markets, workplace and commercial, with an emerging marketplace in healthcare. And I want to share just a couple examples. Walgreens launched Pump Spotting Workplace in 2022. They renewed in 2023, and they were so thrilled with their results that they have put forward an expansion at 6 times the current ARR that we are 90% confident will close and go into effect September 1st of this year. Unum is an insurance company, one of the largest short-term disability carriers, and they are offering pump spotting to the employees of their customers when they go out on parental leave. They're also a strategic investor in pump spotting. And we are kicking off pump spotting healthcare with one of the biggest hospital systems in New York City. Their goal is to offer pump spotting's supported journey to their 25,000 birthing parents every year so that they can reduce outpatient costs and they can increase lactation support outcomes. This market for lactation support in the business sector is untapped. It's part of a $650 billion care economy. At our current price point, we can tackle over $2 billion in the market, and we're really positioned to gain share. And there couldn't be a better time. The Pump Act went into motion this year, expanding workplace protections for breastfeeding workers. The FamTech market is growing, and family benefits remain a priority. Plus, pumping is pop culture. This is Sarah Bradley on Top Chef, one of our friends and partners. We have a very dedicated team with decades of experience in enterprise sales, HR, lactation, and yes, even breastfeeding. And we're positioned in the market to succeed because what makes us different is we are community-centric, we're tech-enabled, and we really are comprehensive in what we offer. It all comes down to this. We are growing communities that help drive engagement and retention. We have an overwhelming demand for support from HR teams and enterprise. We have strategic relationships with insurance companies who are thrilled to be offering us to their customers. And we have Barb, who not only delights everyone, but she really does drive sales. We are raising $2 million on an equity round. I'm excited to say we're almost at the finish line with a term sheet with a lead investor Punch Bowl in the parent tech space. We have $400K committed, and we're excited to move that forward quickly. We're so excited to be leading the way in helping companies implement baby feeding support solutions. Like a bat signal for feeding parents, pump spotting really signals inclusion and support. Now I came here all the way from Maine to rally as many champions as I could, and so my final question for you is who's on board? Thank you very much.
I feel like a proud parent. Okay, let me see how this works. Oh, here. Hi, I'm Elisa Marie Beyer, and I'm the due diligence lead, co-lead with my amazing partner, Amit. Where is he? Oh, he's right there. Okay. And I have everyone up on the screen that's been phenomenal, but I want to thank Amy especially because this has been a really long process, and I don't know where she went. Her team has been amazing. We talked with all of their investors. I've talked to 6 different customers. We've spent a lot of time, and they were incredibly responsive and kind. And, you know, Amy, I would say to you that many of the people in this room that I'm looking at, we've been in your shoes, we've raised capital, and I think there's that quote that says raising capital is the hardest thing that a founder will ever do, or not do, or do, right? They've never raised money. It is hard. It is very hard. So thank you very much for all of your time. What do we love? What's not to love? In the United States, 10,687 babies are born a day. That's 8 seconds, like 8 babies every second. That's a lot of babies. They've achieved amazing milestones, as you can see from Amy's presentation. Great customers. Unum is not only a customer, a strategic partner, they're a potential acquirer. We love the strategy that they've created. They have an 88% retention rate on every customer that they've brought on board. I don't know about a lot of you, but I'm not really sure any business I've run's been able to get to that point in a $48 billion parent care market on top of a $648 billion femtech market. The team is dynamic. They've been there, done it, bought the t-shirt. They know what they're doing. They're incredibly conscientious. They also have something I found to be, along with my team, an amazing Opportunity are the people that have already invested in their company. They're super savvy, early stage investors. And that's something that we need. Oh, time's running out. I feel like I'm on QVC. Okay. The regulatory, here's what I would say. Having spent 20 years in Washington, D.C., the Pump Act cannot be underestimated. It is a license to hunt for every enterprise. It is legal legislation, and companies are going to need to figure out how to make sure that they're supporting parents who are pumping. Risks. There's always risk. Pricing, as you can see, elasticity is moving. They will need a lot of capital to scale a company of this size, 3 to 5 million, and they do have a low barrier to entry. One big thing, pump spotting is bonding parents and their children, and the parent and the child and the company, and everyone in between, and we think that that is a bond worth investing in.
All right, another great pitch. And such diverse backgrounds and industries. Would love seeing that all happening here in San Diego. But what are we hearing from, sorry, sponsor, this is my readout. Thank you to our friends here at First Republic for being partners in here. I think just in the last month, we've realized how much we need our bank, and our bankers are there for us in crazy times. So thank you to the First Republic team. Let's turn it over to Kate to hear how we're doing online. What are you guys thinking?
Hello. As a fellow tourer myself, it's so exciting to see another USD classmate here chasing their dream. This conference is all about inspiration, determination, and progress, and it's exciting to be right in the middle of it. Here at SDAC, we're all about building and nurturing the community. So we asked our online viewers how they stay current on industry trends and emerging technologies and what resources they rely on for information and analysis. So we have James Bowden says that he reads newsletters such as American Innovation, Tech Brew, Northwestern Kellogg, and University of Chicago Innovation Centers. Nathan Vihey leverages his LinkedIn network. And there were more suggestions, including PitchBook, Crunchbase, MIT, and Berkeley. So thank you all for your insight, viewers, and we're excited for the rest of the show. Back to you, Neil.
Thank you. I may have gotten a call out there. Someone reading Fresh Brewed Tech. That's our weekly newsletter about the San Diego tech ecosystem that we put out. So if you do not subscribe, check us out at freshbrewedtech.com. Shameless plug. But on with the show, and for our next and second to last pitch, so get ready. We have Josh from Limber Prosthetics.
Alrighty. My name's Josh, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Limber. And I'm thrilled to be here today telling all of you about how Limber is using 3D printing to create accessible prosthetic care. We use a B2B model to generate revenue by selling our prosthetic legs to patient care providers. I'd like to introduce you to Daniel. Daniel lost both of his legs last year defending his country in Ukraine. And when we met him through a partner, he had been laying in bed for months with no hope of receiving prosthetic care. Our partner was able to travel to Ukraine, collect data on day one, send that data back to us here in San Diego, where we designed and printed 2 brand new patient-specific legs for Daniel. And on day 7, just 1 week after we met him, we had his first new pair of legs, and he was so excited to try them on. Now on day 1, Daniel was able to take his first steps in months after being bedridden, just defending his country, just 20 years old. On day 4, he's already practicing advanced things like fall recovery and walking up a set of stairs. And on day 7, Daniel is proudly walking on his own 2 feet with the dignity to become a part of society and continue supporting his country. Now, unfortunately, Daniel is only one of tens of millions of amputees around the world that need prosthetic care. And 9 out of 10 of them, 90%, do not currently have access. The problem is that the traditional process is inefficient, it's expensive, and it's imprecise. There's multiple manual molding and sculpting steps, toxic fumes, chemicals, and fibers. There's composite layup, all leading to an inefficient and imprecise technology. Then you go through multiple components being aligned and assembled, all leading to an expensive, inaccessible device. This is where Limber comes in. We've created the world's first complete 3D printed prosthetic leg solution. Our technology enables our customers, the patient care providers, a more precise, efficient, and cost-effective solution so that they can give all of their patients, regardless of insurance level, the best quality of care. Our technology combines the traditional components, a comfortable socket, a pylon, which in our case is lightweight and adjustable, and our dynamic, flexible foot, enabling our amputees to walk with dignity. Our process starts with a smartphone scan of the amputee from waist down. We then collect that data at our design center, where we can design and 3D print a patient-specific device. For children, this can take about 6 hours of printing, whereas for adults, it's roughly 8 hours of printing. Finally, we can deliver through any usual shipping method. Domestically, we can accomplish this in just 48 hours. Now, to date, we've been able to validate our design and manufacturing process with more than 28 amputees. We've been able to develop an app that helps with data collection, and we've also been able to work with 3 printers, a total manufacturing capacity of 900 units per year, in 3 places, here as well as abroad. Where a traditional prosthesis requires many components, it's hand-sculpted, leading to inconsistent quality, and it has a complex assembly and alignment process, all leading to an expensive device. The Limber Unileg is 3D printed in one piece in a dynamic and durable design, with no manual manufacturing or assembly requiring. This means that our customers, the patient care provider, can dramatically increase their margins, and they do not have to turn away an amputee based on a low insurance reimbursement rate anymore. We've also developed our own proprietary 3D printer. This allows us 10 times cost savings over buying a commercial printer, dramatically improving our ability to scale. It can print our entire device in one piece, and through high-flow printing technology, we can print these devices literally overnight. We have IP protecting both utility and design on our single-piece prosthetic leg. It's owned by the university, and we have exclusive worldwide rights through licensing with the university. We also hold trade secrets in design, materials, and our manufacturing process. Limber is the only complete 3D printed prosthetic solution on the market that both is cost effective, enabling accessibility, and provides dynamic, durable gait, enabling our end users the dignity to walk, symmetry, and comfortably. Now, luckily, we're actually a 510(k) exempt Class 2 durable medical equipment. This means instead of approval, we simply register and we can start letting our customers, the clinics, start reimbursing for our device. We've also made sure that we're meeting AOPA, the American Orthotic and Prosthetic Association's guidelines and recommendations for functionality, meaning that we can immediately start working with clinics with their backing and approval. Limber uses a B2B business model to generate revenue by selling our 3D printed device to patient care providers. The patient care providers, our customers, will then be reimbursed for the device from their patient's insurance. Our average sales price is $1,300, and our cost of goods below $100 means we have an excellent margin. Our customer, working with our technology, based on insurance reimbursements from Medicaid all the way up to private, will see unheard of margins between 60 and 80%. This is absolutely unheard of, and all the customers we talk to are very, very excited. This is a big market opportunity. Globally, prosthetic and orthotic market is valued at $10 billion. Globally, the lower limb prosthetic market is valued at $1.4 billion. And based on our financial model and forecasted penetration, our 5th-year serviceable obtainable market size is $87 million. We're going to start in the California market, where my co-founder, Herb Barrick, has founded, built, and sold 2 separate prosthetic practices, one of which was to Hanger. We can then expand into the Southwest US market into states such as Texas with large amputee populations. And finally, in Q1 of 2026, expand over the entire United States. We'll start by working with meetings, conferences, and talking to key opinion leaders. We'll then enter the market with smaller clinics such as ABI, which we're already working with here in San Diego. We can use that market traction to generate further penetration working with medium-sized clinics, with our eventual goal to work with large consortiums such as Hanger. Now, Hanger alone has more than 875 clinic locations. Based on our excellent gross margin and our positive cash flow model, in just 2 years in the market, we can actually hit profitability and our break even, working in just 42 clinics with 2 sales reps and selling roughly 3,500 units. In our 5th year in the market, we can generate a revenue of $87 million, working in about 450 clinics with 10 sales reps. To date, we've been able to raise $267,000 of non-dilutive funding. This has allowed us to validate our design and manufacturing process, as well as do static testing to make sure that our devices are safe. Right now, we're raising a $1.5 million seed round on a convertible note with 6% interest rate, a 20% discount, and a $9 million value cap. We're very excited to announce a historical investment by the UC San Diego Institute of the Global Entrepreneurs Founder Fund of $250,000, as well as a soft circle on $450,000 from a private angel. Based on our exit strategy by acquisition, our 5th year value for that exit would be worth $300 million, based on data saying that revenue multipliers are more than 3 times. Then we will raise a Series A of $3 million, allowing us to scale our team and manufacturing capacity so that we can drive further scalability and expand into the entire US market. The team bridges the gap between the clinical, business, and engineering expertise to get this done. Now I'd like to introduce you to one of our brand new heroes. This is Jonah, and he gave us this amazing feedback with his limb. We were able to work with him in just the last few weeks, in just 48 hours, providing him with everything that he needed to get back on his feet. He was so excited. And I'll leave you with this. I hope you will join Limber in creating the future of accessible prosthetic care, helping everyone from adults, the diabetic population, and kids get back on their feet and live their life with dignity. Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing group of entrepreneurs we've seen, so driven, and not just with profitable companies, but things that will really help out the world. Thank you, Joshua. I'm Hans Baumgartner. I'm the head of the due diligence team for Limber. I wanted to thank the rest of my team who put in a lot of work going through the financials, interviewing their references, and moving forward. What do we like? Oh, I have a clicker, but they've clicked for me. This is good. So we liked a lot of things. So the management team is really a specialized team that has the knowledge to keep them ahead of the crowd here in material science, in manufacturing, in the clinics, people who have sold clinics to the bigger clinics who might be the great candidates for acquirers of this company. They really have a market disruptive product. I don't know how much they've even focused on this, that people say, oh, there's people who have 3D printed hands and the like, but people have not printed a full leg, a leg that you could run and jump on and produce for dollars instead of tens of thousands of dollars. So this will really create a brand new market. And they already have a 3-year head start. As you see, they have people on their legs that they've done through charitable groups and even sent to Ukraine. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity. We're very excited. Risks, every company has risks. As you mentioned, they do need FDA registration. There's a process to go through this, but it's not a discretionary move by the FDA. They need to prove their reliability of their product, the sturdiness of it, and when they do, they're able to start selling into clinics. The prosthetists may be hesitant, but they are selling through the existing channel. This is really important. Some would say, hey, let's go direct to consumer on this, but then you read the roadblock of the frontline clinicians. Here it's selling through the clinicians, the ones who can do the final alignment and setup of the leg and really be in their corner as they roll out this product. And they're going to need to scale up. I think they're going to scale up very quickly. We've spoken to clinicians, and they're saying, can I be the exclusive? And this is amazing. I think they're looking at, again, margins they've never seen before. So the one big thing, they have created a 3D printed prosthetic leg, like something that hasn't been seen before. It's produced faster, stronger, better than what's available, and at a potential cost that could address the prosthetic needs, around the world, and really do a social good while also being a profitable company. So on behalf of my team, we really had an honor working with them, and are excited to see all the teams move forward today. Thank you.
Right. Wow. Incredible pitches. Inspiring. Seriously. And we are going to hear from the audience now what you thought of it. Elaine, take us away.
Fantastic. Yes, I am here with Tom Rhodes from Blood and Marriage Family Fund, right? Yes. Family. So you are an investor, yes, and you're listening to all these pitches. What's your take on what you're hearing so far today?
It's impressive, and I'm glad that it's been a great year for the fund, because it's exciting that there's a likelihood that there'll be more than one winner here today, because it's hard to choose just one, right? There's some wonderful pitches here we've listened to today, some wonderful founders.
Yes, absolutely. And so what made you decide to go ahead and hop into this particular space to fund other businesses?
Well, I've spent a career in an entrepreneurial space, healthcare IT. This provides me with an opportunity to kind of grow up, right, to mature in terms of my process and how I go about, selecting companies, right, making that choice, understand what due diligence really is, build my network. Yes, it's not about what you know, it's who you know. And then third, I started out as a sales guy. Along the way, I became a finance guy, and this gives me a chance to really grow into those finance shoes. So
fantastic. So here's the thing that stands out to me, that you have both sides, as an entrepreneur first, and then now as an investor. And so with that, what type of advice would you give to those entrepreneurs who are thinking about coming into this program?
A combination of resiliency, right, in terms of mentality, and be mindful that this path isn't linear. Yeah, so key advisors, things of this nature. It isn't just capital that you need.
Oh, that's right. Money does move the world, but not all the things, right? We need a little bit of balance there, right? Fantastic. Well, there you have it, right? From an entrepreneur as well as an investor. Back to you, Neil.
Thank you for that. And with that, we are getting ready for our last pitch. Can we get a little drum roll from the audience? All right. Not too loud, because we're going to have to do a bigger drum roll later for the winner, but let me bring up Jeff Bennett from Merari.
Well, last pitch of the day, everybody's had a chance to get to know each other a little bit, right? So I think we should talk about sex. How about that? How about that to end this conference, right? Well, my name is Jeff Bennett, CEO and founder of Merari Medical. In 1998, the world was introduced to a little blue pill promising relief from the embarrassment of erectile dysfunction. Of course, that was Viagra, which went on to earn Pfizer billions of dollars of revenue each year. Since that time, there's been no significant innovation in male sexual health until now. Welcome to Merari, where we're looking to restore confidence in male sexual health. 30% of men can't last more than a minute in the bedroom. I was shocked when I heard that, but it's something that men don't want to talk about, and doctors don't like to bring up because they're not happy with existing treatment options. There's another 40% of men that don't meet the clinical definition of premature ejaculation, but want to simply last longer. And ultimately, it's about partner satisfaction. Lasting longer can improve overall partner satisfaction and lead to better things in the bedroom. And only 1 in 10 men who experience premature ejaculation will go seek professional help. And again, many doctors don't even want to bring it up because they're not happy with existing treatment options. The standard of care up until now has been drugs. However, those drugs are not FDA approved. They're actually antidepressants, if you can believe that. The antidepressant has a side effect of delaying an ejaculation. But FDA hasn't approved that for that yet. It's being used off-label. And then there's sprays and creams that you can apply to the penis. They work, but it takes time to absorb, and if not completely absorbed, can rub off on the partner. These are lidocaine, they're benzocaine. Those are things that you put in your mouth to have your tooth removed. Not sure how that feels on the penis. But it does work, but you need that time. The reality is there's been no significant innovation in this area for over 20 years. Sexual health and wellness is alive and growing. Here on the left, you see Target aisle. On the bottom of that picture, you see condoms. On top, you see female pleasure products. You see penis rings. You see a product called stroker lotion. This is on retail shelves today. On the right, you see the Consumer Electronics Show. A company was giving away free female pleasure products, and the line was out the door. Procter & Gamble, we were fortunate to win a first ever innovation challenge that Procter & Gamble hosted. I was on their stage at the CES meeting talking penis, ejaculation, much like I am today. And for them to award us first place was a major opportunity to say, if Procter & Gamble's interested in it, why can't anybody in this room invest in sexual health and wellness? We've also been fortunate to be published in major publications. And I'm gonna let my friend Jimmy Kimmel talk about the product.
It's called More, M-O-R. It's a patch men can put in their nether parts to make them last longer during lovemaking. You sync the patch to your phone, and it somehow sends a signal to your testicles that says, hang on, guys. Slow it down. Looks great. It looks like, honey, hang on. Let me adhere my patch before we make love. This is, we went on the website to investigate this. This is the CEO of the company that sells this patch.
Why are you laughing?
If that isn't a photo that says I'm not just the owner, I'm also a client, I don't know what is. Put that back up there. Let's stare at him for a little while. Because I think you could, yeah, you really get hypnotized. You know, I get that this is a real problem for some people. Guillermo, this is a problem you have, right?
No.
No. Oh. But I'll tell you something. You know what works even better and is a lot cheaper and doesn't require an app at all if you want to last longer in bed? Ted Cruz bed sheets. They're...
So we had no idea this was coming. We didn't get notified. I woke up to a call from our commercial advisor. Jeff, you and the company just got roasted last night. I will take that making fun of me any day as long as it drives awareness. So what we've developed is a drug-free wearable patch that men wear in the perineal area, or as my son likes to call it, the gooch or the taint. It delivers mild electrical impulses that temporarily inhibit the ejaculatory nerves from the penis to the brain, therefore delaying an ejaculation. So there's no pain, there's no creams, there's no drugs. The product name is More. I guess I'm from Minnesota and I realized that there's a furniture store here called More. So I thought maybe that's a concern, but actually last Monday we were awarded a trademark for our More name for the use of sexual health and wellness. So we're free and clear of any furniture issues here in the San Diego area. Here you see the brand. The idea behind More is I can't tell you what your More is. I don't know if you want more intimacy, more communication, more time. We're going to give you a technology platform that you can decide your own More. And we're going to use imagery that will allow us to get through all the barriers that exist with social media advertising, because that will be a key part of the strategy is social media advertising. I have 25 years of experience in the medical device industry, and I'm joined by experts in neurology, urology, and physiology. Collectively, we have over 75 years of sexual health and wellness experience, as well as urology. We've got a commercialization advisor who's an expert in brand building. In fact, she has her own company around brand building. And then we've got our physiology director who's exited and formed many companies over the years. Our product development, we're contracting out. And that product development firm is also our manufacturer. We will manufacture our product in Vietnam, and it will be shipped in finished goods here to the United States. Our go-to-market strategy is directly to the consumer. We don't want to have a guy go to the doctor to get a prescription because we know 1 in 10 will do that. So instead, we'll build our own e-commerce site, we'll base it off of a backbone such as Shopify, and then we'll leverage influencers like Dr. Rena Malik, who's a urologist and has over 1.5 million followers on her YouTube channel. For $35,000, she will record a video of our product, post it on YouTube, and her videos generate over 1 million views. So it's people like that we'll leverage to influence and get the word out about the sensitive topic. We'll also advertise on channels such as Reddit, and we'll have podcasts. We're going to investigate the opportunity of licensing technology out to companies such as Hims, Church & Dwight, which owns the Trojan brand, Roman, and others. So initially, it's a direct-to-consumer, but we'll look for partnerships to leverage the distribution options that already exist. We're looking to raise $800,000. We've raised $2.2 million to date. $640,000 of that has been through a WeFunder crowdfunding campaign. So the $800,000 that we need will get us to FDA clearance and launch ready. We'll raise that a convertible note at a 10% interest, $8 million pre-money, and a 20% discount. Those funds will be, again, used to complete the product testing that we need to submit to the FDA. And by the end of August, we'll be ready to submit that to the FDA and hopefully get FDA clearance by the end of this calendar year and start shipping revenue units. We hope to be net income positive by the second year. We're taking a conservative approach with the launch, a crawl, walk, run approach. We're going to launch in the Minneapolis market first to make sure we get logistics figured out, messaging figured out, and how to manage negative reviews. We know we're going to get negative reviews. Any consumer good product has that. So we want to make sure we have a clear understanding of what they're going to be and how to respond to that. So again, that's that crawl, walk, run approach. We'll then continue to open it up to metropolitan areas, eventually going national and then expanding globally. So next steps for us is to close this financing round, achieve FDA clearance, key hires, which we're very experienced on the medical device side. We need consumer goods experience. Ideally, I want a female to lead the consumer goods part of this launch because this is the D2C play that we're going to be taking. And then we need that launch readiness. So this is no longer going to be a technology challenge for us. It's going to be a marketing challenge. So we want to make sure that we prepare the messaging both for the partner as well as the person that's experiencing it and make sure we do that right. Future options. This is a technology platform that can be used in other areas. So I mentioned the patch that's placed in the perineum. Some people may not like that idea. Our initial target market is couples in committed relationships between the ages of 35 to 65. It's probably not the product for your 20-some-year-old 1/8 stand, putting a patch on. That partner's probably gonna be like, whoa, what are you doing? So instead, what about a wearable ring that can be worn at the base of the penis? Could we use this technology for female sexual dysfunction? Possibly. So again, this is a technology platform that we'll be looking to expand for other applications. And finally, we are in a crowdfunding raise right now with WeFunder. As of this morning, we've raised $642,000. Our campaign's gonna end on April 30th, so we've got about a little over a week. I would love it for all of you to come and join us in this WeFunder campaign and help us get that $642,000 up to $1 million. And with the investments of you, we can do that. And here's a QR code if you want to scan it. Appreciate your time.
Hi, I'm Alan Pond. I'm the due diligence lead for Morari. First of all, I want to thank my team leaders and participants. They did a great job on this, and it was my first experience to do due diligence, and the depth that they actually did the investigation was incredible. I also want to thank Jeff, who was really responsive to all of our questions. We kept on asking lots of questions, as you might imagine in the due diligence process, and he always provided answers to us pretty much within 4 hours every time we asked them. So the guy stays up late at night for some reason. Okay, which one do we have? Okay, here we go. Okay, 3 things we liked. First, this is the first device in the US market with a TENS-like device. This is much smaller than what you see on most TENS that are used for pain relief. And it's going to be the first to market. You can see this is going to be doing revenue in Q4 of this year. And at that point, they're ready to go. This problem is not going away. As much as we would like to see it go away, as from that side of the gender, this is still going to be a $1 to $2 billion market. And this is only in the US. And as Jeff mentioned, there are product enhancements and actually moving beyond the US that's going to be able to open up the TAM for this particular product. And at this also, what we liked is that there are low regulatory and development risks. If you see it, that's already been the devices, you can see it, some of the samples are in the back. It's already been designed. The app is already ready. All they have to do is send it into the FDA, get the submission. They've already met with the FDA, already to understand what's required before they have to do the official submission. And we think that that's not going to be a problem. Risks, as Jeff mentioned beforehand, this is a direct-to-consumer marketing play. There is no expert on their team that has experience in that market, but they are expecting to hire an expert in consumer marketing. The one thing I'm very happy about is that they actually have very high-level executive relationships with some of the people he mentioned, with some of the sexual wellness leaders in this market. We think there's market acceptance. As you've seen, he has a successful We Fund Her campaign. So we've seen that there's actually a lot of people who really like this product. And then our dependency on Jeff. Jeff is a one-man show right now. He's the only official full-time employee. He's got a breadth of experts that he's using for his consulting and advisory who have a lot of years of experience. But Jeff is the only person there. The one big thing, this is not one of those topics that we talk about when we're watching the Final Four, but this is going to be around for a long time. This problem will exist for a while, and we think this is a great product that's going to address this market, and one of the first ones in the US market to be able to address that. So thank you very much for your time.
All right. Well, that concludes our pitches. Let's give a round of hand to all the finalists. I want to thank our partners at Seraph who've partnered with us today to help make this happen. So thank you very much. A platform for managing your investments, super important when everything, documents, papers can be everywhere. So thank you to the Seraph team. Let's turn it over to Kate. Kate, where are you hearing some comments from either that last pitch or any of them to date?
Thank you, Neil. That was exciting and so inspiring to watch these innovative entrepreneurs speak so passionately about their dreams and missions for their companies. It certainly feels like this will be a tough decision for our investors. And speaking of our investors, our virtual participants are a mix of new and seasoned investors. So for our seasoned investors, we actually asked them, what advice would you give to aspiring angel investors and what common mistakes are made? Some suggestions included join a group like SDAC for deals and diligence, diversify your investments with at least 25 deals, stay in touch with founders after you write the check. And a common mistake is writing a large check on the first deal and missing out on follow-up opportunities. We just want to thank our virtual viewers for interacting with us today, and over to you, Elaine.
Stick. Thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate it. Well, I am here with our 2020 winner, Martha Montoya from AG Tools. And where these investors are, these founders are today in this seat, this is where you were. And one thing you said to me just a moment is, I'm glad it's not me today, right?
100%. It's I've seen it is getting better and better, in general, because we're all learning through the process of how to pitch and what to pitch and all that.
Fantastic. So you were in this very position right now, the same way these other founders are today. And so what do you think is going through their minds right now at this moment?
Number one, would I be able to make the cut? And the second one, if I get the check, how am I going to move forward with the next checks? Because this is just one piece of the whole puzzle. So hopefully they're thinking, how do they embrace many more here in this room?
Fantastic. And you were able to actually do that. So can you tell us just a little bit about what you were able to do to kind of move that check a little further forward?
Well, the advantage they have here today that I didn't have is that they have people here present. I had a Zoom, so we had to do it online, which is much harder. So they had a little bit of advantage here. But the one thing is that they're here physically, and they can tell the story and have a booth, which we didn't have.
Fantastic. Now we know, there's those who are going to win. We want everyone to be funded today. That would be great. But for those who are not, and of course you stayed in touch with some of your other cohorts. So what advice would you have for someone who maybe just doesn't make that cut today, but there's so many incredible companies?
Oh, I have made not the cut for many other competitions, and then I do it again. And then I win. And then I get going.
That's right. You get it, girl. That's right. Keep doing it again. That's right. You get it, girl. Just keep going and keep doing it again until you win. Nothing but winners in this entrepreneur space. That's fantastic. Thanks so much. Back to you, Neil.
Thank you. All right, there's a number of things that are about to happen now. Pretty exciting. We'll obviously get to deliberation. So, the investors, we're going to excuse them to get together and start deliberating. So if you are in SDAC currently, we will let you get up and start working on your final decisions here. Everyone, make sure you've checked your bag that you got in here. You've got the 500 community choice bucks in there that you get to use. So whether you're online or here in person, there is a way to participate and do the community choice vote. And make sure, I see everyone getting it out now, which is great. Misty, how are they flowing their dollars through for this decision?
So I see Zach running for the back of the stage. What we're going to have is we're going to have some glass containers up here on the front of the stage, and each company is going to have their name on one of those.
All right.
And you're going to put your money in it.
Okay, so voting with your bucks. Appreciate that. Over the next 45 minutes, make your way to the stage and place your bets here. The expo is going to reopen here with both the finalists and some other applicants. Oh yeah, if you're looking for the dollars, it's in the top flap of your backpack. Yeah, and the inside, there's an envelope there. There you go. Thank you for that call out. And then make your way up here. For the next 45 minutes or so, the expo will be open so you can go and talk to the companies, meet some other companies that applied this year as well. Maybe try out some of the products. Maybe they're giving the last product away for free testing. Elaine is going to be going around and continuing interviewing people. So if you would love to give a little testimonial of what you thought of the companies, feel free to flag down Elaine, and we'd love to hear what you thought. And lastly, if your name badge wasn't ready, it should be now. So make your way to the front desk and go get your printed name badge, customized just for you. And then we'll be back. We'll pull you all back in here in about 45 minutes to talk about the winners of San Diego Angel Conference. Thank you, everyone.
Investors, we need you to head this way. We're headed out these doors on the side, so the deliberations are in O'Toole's.
Where there's a will, there's always a better way. A way to do business that's about more than the bottom line. To innovate new solutions that change business for the better. A way to strengthen our communities, regions, and the world beyond. The Canal School of Business is home to the next generation of change makers. A student first place to learn, grow, and start your future. Join us, the Canal School of Business at the University of San Diego.
attendees for today. Sam from Visor, and we actually know each other personally. We went through a cohort with Sylvia Ma, but you almost made it to this point a few years ago. Tell us about your journey and how it has helped you since then.
Almost is generous. So I was a USD student, and then we participated in this competition a year after I graduated. I think we got to like the top 26th or something like that, but made really good relationships with some of the judges at the time, and we've still worked with them to the day, either through an advisory or an investment capacity.
Fantastic. And I'm sure just going through the process, you learned a lot, right? And so what at least one thing that you can say that you took from this particular experience that you can apply moving forward as a founder?
I think people give you really good feedback all the time, and it's important that you're open to hearing it, because maybe it's not your plan, but that was supposed to be delivered in that form. You take that feedback and you integrate it moving forward, you usually end up in a really good spot.
Fantastic. So I mentioned your company name, which is Visor. So tell us about Visor.
The whole goal is to help people get healthier. So every day you work out, brands in our network will donate a meal through a U.S. food bank, and then you earn healthy products for yourself, primarily at grocery stores and retailers nationwide.
Fantastic. And what can you tell us? What's up next for Visor?
Just trying to get as many people in the community as possible. We just passed 4 million meals donated, so the goal is to get that to 100 million.
I'm all for that 100 million, honey. Well, very good. Congratulations on just your continued success. I love watching you online, and thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
I apologize. It was the issue with the mic. It was just clicking in their ears. So one more time. Let me just check. 1 second.
I think we're good on the lighting, yeah?
I never know if you should smile.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it. Well,
Yeah.
internally.
We're just gonna have to marry it later because he's recording.
Okay.
Plus, actually, the stream will have a record. So
Okay.
technically, we're
Three, two. Hi there. Well, I am here with Sam from Visor, and Sam was almost at this point not too long ago and has a great story to tell. So tell me about the experience almost getting here and how it has helped you to this day.
Thank you. Yeah, we did this a few years back. I think it was maybe the second round. We didn't get too far, maybe like top 25 or something like that, but it was a great experience, still very connected with a lot of the investors and advisors from then today.
Well, fantastic. Now, here's the thing. What I'd like to know is, after going through this experience, I'm sure there's something you learned from it. What's one thing that was a big takeaway for you that you still applied to your business life today as a founder?
Definitely being open to good feedback. I think that people are telling you things all the time that are really helpful for your business, and making sure that you take that in, use discretion, see what fits, but use that when you're making your plan moving forward.
Fantastic. So I mentioned your business name earlier, which is Visor. So tell us about Visor and what you do.
It's an app. The whole goal is to help people get healthier. So we give exercise challenges each day. If you hit your goal, a brand in our network will donate a meal through a food bank, and then you earn healthy products for yourself, primarily at grocery stores.
Oh, I love that. So if I actually exercise, I might help somebody else, right? Other than myself. Okay, well, that's good. Fantastic. So what's up next for Visor?
I think just getting as many people in the community as possible. So we just passed 4 million workouts converted into meals, and we like to get that over 100 million.
100 million is the goal. Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it. We'll see what's happening next. Fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you. Hello there. I am here with Jessica Wallace from Flock 22. Jessica is a founder who is attending today. What brought you here today, Jessica?
You know what? I went to a coffee tech meetup and heard about it. So I wish I would have found out a little sooner about it because I would have partaked in the pitching. But I'm glad to be here and just network with everybody.
Fantastic. So then it sounds to me like you might be here next year.
I hope so. That's the plan. So I'm kind of like feeling it out, getting to see all the pitches so I know what I need to work on.
Fantastic. All right. So tell me about Flock 22.
We are a geolocation-based networking app. So it's just an instant networking app that allows you to meet people on location rather than planning a meetup.
Fantastic. Now, just sitting here in the room with all of these founders and hearing them talk about their business and what they've done and how they're going to push their business forward, is there anything that really stood out to you to where you thought, you know what, I think I might try to do that too? Anything?
You know what, the biggest thing I think with any of this is just keeping on going to these things and making connections, and each time I come I learn something and take something away to help better me.
Fantastic. Well, we definitely want to see you here next year, Jessica. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. We just wanted to let you know that we are about to begin counting the People's Choice votes. So if you have not voted, this is your last call to come put your dollars in the company that you would like to win. Thank you.
A little bit more. You're not in frame. All right, cool. A little bit. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Good. Right. All right, and in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Well, I am here with one of our attendees for today, Umar, and we were just talking a little bit, and he has a very specific purpose for being here today. Tell us why you are here today, Umar.
Yeah, absolutely. So I recently moved from the Bay Area to San Diego, and I just wanted to get acquainted with the startup ecosystem, the VCs, just to get connected to the environment over here and figure out how the process works, and also learn a little bit about investing myself.
Oh, fantastic. So is that why you're here today? You want to learn a little bit more about investing?
I do want to learn a little bit about angel investing and get to figure out the process, the due diligence, and just get started with it.
Fantastic. And so what did you learn today? Is there any little nugget that you learned today? Because we did hear from some angel investors, and we heard from the folks who are doing the due diligence, and then of course the founders. So what's a big takeaway that you had for today?
Yeah, my personal takeaway, I loved how the due diligence process works, where you identify like 3 things you love about the company, but also 3 things that you need to watch out for. So this is an interesting balance, like walking into any investment opportunity, it's not all positive. There are some concerns, and we just need to understand whether the startup has mitigation and has a process in place to address some of these concerns, and that's what I learned from just watching some of the due diligence today.
Fantastic. It sounds like you might be a good candidate for one of our due diligence committees, right?
Maybe next time.
Perhaps next time. Well, thank you so much for coming today. We certainly love that you are here in San Diego and interested in our founders here in this area.
Thank you for having me.
Glad to be here. All right. Fantastic. Welcome back. I am here with one of the individuals who applied, didn't quite make it, but that's okay. I'm here with Eduardo. And Eduardo, you applied to be in the, you didn't quite make the cut. But what I love is when we were talking earlier, you said, you know what, I'm going to keep on going and keep coming back. Tell me about your experience here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm an entrepreneur. Unfortunately, I do not succeed in the cut, but you mentioned. But I'm here just to learn about all this environment, no? Between entrepreneurs, investors, people in the academics that San Diego has. It's a really valuable resource for us entrepreneurs in order to keep tuning in and developing our presenting skills.
Fantastic. All right. So I heard that the presenting skills, which is something that you want to continue to learn. Yeah. Tell me the name of your business and what you do.
For sure. I'm Smart Border Systems. I'm a tech startup. I have a software that has the potential to manage traffic across our borders and make it more reliable and more shorter. No, what's valuable there that we could expand it throughout all the traveler categories and ports of entry.
Fantastic. I love this, and this is great and so innovative. You didn't make the cut, which is okay because that's what life looks like. Are you inspired to come back again next year?
Probably yes, of course. It's hard to see to answer clearly that, because as an entrepreneur you have to find your specific path. But of course, if the opportunity emerge, I will apply as a second mover there. No.
Very good, fantastic. And so hopefully you're inspired by some entrepreneurs today. Lots of networking for you to do. And what's really great is, guess what? You are in a room full of angel investors. So
Exactly. That's what I like. I think this is one of the largest events here in San Diego. No. People here take too seriously the part of angel investing. No, they put real money. This is one of the largest checks available in San Diego, and that makes it really interesting for entrepreneurs.
fantastic. Makes it very competitive. Well, thank you so much for your time. Go on. I don't want to keep you from networking with these angel investors that are here. Thank you for being here. We'll be right back. Hi there, I am here with Nick. He is a founder who is attending the event today. Nick, what brought you to the event today?
Right, so I'm delighted to be here first. I found out about this conference through the San Diego Entrepreneur Exchange, and I'm really grateful for them telling me about this, because I think it's one of the largest congregations of angel investors that I've been to so far. And I didn't know about this 2 weeks ago. And I'll definitely be happy to participate in the next year challenge.
Oh, fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. So tell me about your business, Nick.
Yeah, we are in the energy efficiency space. We're a software company that focuses on heat-intensive industries. Actually, about a third of CO2 emissions currently in the US are coming from industry, and the majority of that, over 600 million metric tons, are coming from refining and petrochemical space. And that's because all of the heat they generate is not captured efficiently. They lose about 30% of the heat so far, which amounts to about $8.3 billion per year in value. So what we do is actually our algorithm optimizes the processes that they have to find the gaps in efficiency and to eliminate them. So we build projects that are profitable for companies to reduce emissions, which so far has been a burden. So far, typically to capture about a metric ton of CO2, it costs about $160, whereas...
Well, it sounds to me like you are really moving towards being able to be ready to get on that stage and pitch your business. And so going through this process, as you saw, there was a lot to it, right? There was, of course, folks had to really get their pitch down pat and then go through the due diligence. With the due diligence part, as you heard some of the feedback from the folks on the committee, is there anything that kind of stood out to you that you would want to say, okay, I need to make sure that I'm able to answer this question about my business when it comes to due diligence? Did anything stand out to you?
Yeah, definitely. For due diligence, I would say it seems like there is a really thorough process that a whole team of experts are doing. So we definitely need to make sure we are up to date with all the regulations, with all the business modeling, the planning, and especially the IP protection as well, because that's definitely been one of the major things that has been highlighted in the presentations today.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time, Nick. Go ahead and network with those angel investors out there. All right? Enjoy.
Thank you.
Well, hello. I am here with Monel Permar, and he is an attendee of the event. And there's a special person who brought you out today. What brought you out today?
Yeah, my friend Josh from Limber. I wanted to come see him pitch and also just support all the amazing startups here at Angel Conference.
Fantastic. And so, with that being said, you are you an entrepreneur? Or you just here to one more time. 3, 2, 1. And so, with that, you're here to cheer on your friend. But are you also an entrepreneur?
Yes, I am founder and CEO of EVT.ai, which does automated video editing and content curation using artificial intelligence.
Fantastic. Now, have you ever experienced anything like this before, to where you've had to get up in front of folks and pitch your business? And if so, what was that like for you?
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting. It's also can be nerve-wracking, and just having your friends and family cheer you on in the audience is something that really makes a difference. So definitely wanted to be here to cheer on my friend Josh.
Fantastic. And so, just with everything that we saw today, and what Josh went through, is this a program that you think you'd be attracted to say, you know what, I think I'm going to go ahead and give this a shot too?
Yes, absolutely. I definitely recommend it. Gives you a lot of exposure, practice on pitching to investors, and can definitely bring a lot of awareness to help grow your business and find supporters.
Fantastic. And so, what's one thing that you took away today that you can say, wow, that really stood out to me? Maybe it was something that one of the investors said, or someone from the due diligence committee, or maybe even another founder. Is there anything that just really stood out to you today, even if it was from Josh?
Yes. Learning that Limber doesn't need to go through FDA clearance, and they can go directly to market. They're seeing that they have amazing margins. Like, as I knew about Josh's business, but seeing all the details of Limber made it like so much more compelling for me. So if I wasn't doing a startup, I'd totally invest.
Oh, that's good. So you're not only a friend, you're a potential investor as well.
Yeah, hopefully soon.
Hopefully soon. Yes, very good. Fingers crossed. Well, thank you so much for supporting your friend, and we hope to see you here again.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, I'm Elaine Swan. I'm back here now with two attendees for our conference today. Tell me your name, please.
My name is Vladimir Guskic.
Fantastic. And your name, please?
Fernanda Guskic.
All right, welcome. And I love that you're a couple. Now, I brought the two of you all over here because I saw you taking a picture together, but you came here together. Why did you come to this event today?
Fernanda and I own a branding agency, so we are here often at the University of San Diego to support their different events. And today we came here. Misty invited us just to see what's going on today and kind of see the process, how investors interact with the startups, with the businesses, and learn more and kind of for the future to invest as well.
Fantastic, excellent. And so with the branding studio, that tells me that it must be very creative. Yes. And just based upon the way you are dressed, my dear, I can tell you must be the creative mind behind the branding studio. You're both together. Yes. So what is your involvement in the creative part of the business?
Oh, the entire process, like with brand strategy, whiteboard sessions, like we talk to the client and we get all the information to get their branding to the level where they want to, express their business.
Fantastic. And what type of clients do you typically serve? Do you have a group that you serve or any area?
We have a mix. We work with such big clients like HP, and lately we tend to involve more with the local businesses. So between tech and hospitality, so we are like different levels.
And that's interesting. So that there's the difference between tech and hospitality. Between the two of those, is there one that gives you more freedom in terms of your creativity?
Yes, like the startups, like people like they're competing here today. Like when you start from the beginning of the process, that's a lot more creativity on that. We love that part.
Fantastic. And so with today, you saw a lot. There was a lot happened, right? We heard from investors, we heard from the startups, we heard from people in the due diligence committee. It seemed like going through this program was quite a process for the individuals. And so with that being said, is this something that you can even ever imagine yourself going through? You were invited here today just to experience it, but can you imagine yourself going through this type of program at all?
Yes, but we kind of do with our clients because often we prepare our clients to go in front of investors, so we have to go through that process with them. We make sure they present their company themselves in a proper way.
Fantastic. I love it. Well, I'm so glad you all are here today. Thank you for coming. And please tell us the name of your business.
Cubic Orange.
All right. Fantastic. And what should we remember about your business today?
That we create better brands and businesses.
Ooh, I love that. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the day today.
Thank you so much.
I am here now with Dr. Masha Petrova, and she is an attendee here at the event today. What brought you here to the conference?
Well, thank you for asking. So I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Nullspace, engineering software company. And I'm actually friends with one of the angel investors. She is my coach, my leadership coach, and she's also an angel here at the conference. So she told me I need to come because it's an amazing event.
Oh, fantastic. And so can you, after watching everyone pitch their business, can you even imagine yourself there?
No, I have a long way to go. Yes, it was amazing. I thought everyone did such an amazing job. Such quality pitches, beautiful decks, and beautiful stories.
Well, and that's the thing about it. When we come and we see other entrepreneurs do this, then it kind of helps us to level up and decide, okay, I think I'm going to get there. So there's a process, and there's training that goes through it. Are you up for it?
I think so. I think I'm up for it. I definitely got inspired today.
That's good. And so for today, is there any one thing that really stood out from you? Because we heard from investors, we heard from the due diligence committees, we heard from other founders. Is there anything in particular that just really resonated with you where you thought, okay, got it?
Yes, I think the main message that I got was there's only 3 ways that you can end as an entrepreneur trying to raise capital. You either just keep going and keep trying over and over and over again, you quit, or you die. So, and that's it, which makes it really easy if you think about it. There's only 3 ways to go.
And the one way is just to keep on going.
That's right, just keep trying.
That's fantastic. Well, you keep trying. So glad you came today. Definitely get that courage up and see if you can come back and do it on your own, okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you.
Where there's a will, there's always a better way. A way to do business that's about more than the bottom line. To innovate new solutions that change business for the better. A way to strengthen our communities, regions, and the world beyond. The Canal School of Business is home to the next generation of changemakers. A student first place to learn, grow, and start your future. Join us, the Canal School of Business at the University of San Diego.
check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could get everybody back in their seats so the program can continue. Please, everybody to their seats. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Let's start coming back down to our seats because it's about to be that big moment. Woo! All right, everyone, start making your way up to the seats here. Are the investors back? Yes, great. The companies are back. All right. Woo! And people are cycling in here. I am finding my place on the script, which I really appreciate Misty doing. Okay, so we are going to announce the People's Choice Award, which I believe I am bringing Zachary back up on stage for. Yeah, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you everybody for voting. We counted all of the dollars up here in the vases, as well as taking count of the online votes that everybody got a chance to participate in. And we are happy to announce that the winner of the People's Choice Award this year is Limber Prosthetics. If Josh wants to stand, we'll just clap.
All right. Well, congratulations, Limber. The people have spoken. All right, Misty. I don't have any of the winners to announce. All right, and now is the moment to hear what the judges thought. We are going to announce 3 winners. So, very excited for that. And I am pleased to bring up our chief sponsor, C3 Bank, Mr. AJ Moyer, to announce the winners.
Again, congratulations to everyone today. What a great day, and very impressive with all the individuals that presented. See, I was really nervous because I was told I was going to do this, and this will make me feel more comfortable, so thank you. And I have a big card that says, read this first. This is like when I roll into the bank in the morning. They tell me what to do. And so I'm going to read the third place finisher first, and here we go. So congratulations to the second runner-up, receiving $75,000, Athletiverse. Good job, dude. Thanks, guys. Congratulations. All right, presenting the next first runner-up, receiving at least $150,000 is Relevo. All right, to our first place finisher for the day, No dollar amount? Okay, the first place finisher is Limber Prothesis.
Hey Josh, we'd like to invite you back. We've got a moment for you to share a little something if you want with the crowd. You just get nervous when this happens, right? This is pretty exciting. They've worked so hard for this. Go ahead.
Anything and everything?
Anything you want.
All right. Thank you all for coming here today and supporting all of the amazing teams that presented today. I know that my co-founders and I with Limber, we've had a vision since day one. When we took that first trip down to Mexico, we were able to first meet our users and see what they thought about it, to now where we've worked with almost 30 people, from people in Ukraine, people in Mexico, and most recently starting a pilot with kids right here in San Diego. And we just cannot wait for this funding to come in so that we can continue building our company, scaling, and really making the impact that we ultimately started and formed Limber to do. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been an absolute pleasure to go through this process. We've been able to really level up everything through this process, from understanding how due diligence happens, really refining our pitch, and of course, meeting all of you. So thank you very much.
All right, a couple of follow-up items. So what we decided is if there's additional investment, we will get Athletiverse to 100,000 if that comes up. And we'll be taking investments till May the 10th. And anything beyond that is going to go to Limber. So great job. So those actual investments will be probably a little bit higher in a couple of cases. Couple of things. If you're touched by what you saw today and your heart tells you you're meant to do something, go chase it, right? Because there's a bunch of us that are prepared to invest in you if you have a dream, especially if you're doing something great for the world, right? And great in the world looks a lot of different ways, because I fully, with my whole heart, believe Mirari is saving marriages everywhere. I totally believe that. So. Sorry, it's been so much fun to make jokes all season about that. We'd like to invite you to our after party, so Old Town Tequila Factory. We've got about 60 parking spaces over there. We also have a tram out front for anybody who'd rather leave your car here and ride back and forth, so you're welcome to do that. And investors and due diligence teams and team leads and all the finalists, we would love it if you'd stay, because we'd like to get some great photos before we go. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Neil to close us for the day.
Okay. Well, congratulations to all the finalists. Really incredible to see the work. And what's pretty amazing is that so many of the investors got to see the whole process, kind of from start to finish, learn along the way, not just get pitched to make a decision. So that's pretty compelling. The fact that we also just trained up a whole bunch of new investors here. Incredibly amazing for the San Diego community, right? Because now there's some weight to you getting pitched on those next deals. So don't take that lightly, that you've now got the power to write more checks after today, because that's what we should be doing, is funding great companies, and we all stand to gain from that. So I hope you were incredibly inspired by the pitches and the activities, the technology that these companies are building. But this happens every day of the year, and so let's go out and keep funding great companies, and we'll see you back for SDAC 6 next year. Thank you.